Chapter 2171 2171 Sword Discourse Arena 2171 Sword Discourse Arena. Yang Ruoxu was still wearing a white robe. His face was defined and his skin was slightly dark. He glared at Elder Tongue with a deep gaze and a dignified expression. Su Zimo was relieved when he saw Yang Ruoxu. He had a good impression of this senior brother of the inner sect. There was naturally a hint of familiarity in his heart because Yang Ruoxu was also from the lower worlds. Furthermore, back in the immortal sex election, it was Yang Ruoxu's integrity and persistence that allowed him to break free from Prince Yuan's pursuit and join the academy. Given senior brother Yang's character, he would definitely not stand by idly if he knew the entire situation. This time round, before Su Zimo and Elder Tongue could speak, Princess Scarlet Rainbow stood out and recounted the matter in a few words. The truth of the matter was not complicated. Elder Tongue, as an outer sect disciplinary elder, your decision earlier was inappropriate. Yang Ruoxu said, in Heaven and Earth Academy, if the law enforcement is unfair, how are we going to convince the masses and reassure the disciples of the academy? Elder Tongue smiled embarrassedly and wanted to argue. However, when he met with Yang Ruoxu's gaze, his aura weakened instantly as he lowered his head and averted the latter's eyes. Yang Ruoxu cultivated the Righteousness Sutra, and his eyes were filled with righteousness. He was unyielding and even dared to confront Zither, Immortal Mengyao. Elder Ting's cultivation realm was already inferior to Yang Ruoxu. Coupled with the fact that he was feeling guilty, he did not dare to say anything after being glared at by Yang Ruoxu. This time round, on account that you might have done it in a moment of foolishness, I won't hold it against you. Yang Ruoxu's eyes were bright as he looked at Elder Ting deeply, as though he could see through all his secrets. Otherwise, given your mistake this time round, it's enough to strip you of your position as the disciplinary elder. Why, yes. Elder Tongue was sweating profusely, and his aura from earlier on was gone. He lowered his head obediently. Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior Brother Yang. I was indeed a little muddle-headed earlier on. Yang Ruoxu, you sure are impressive. Right then, a mocking voice sounded from midair not far away. Immediately after, a figure descended. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw who it was and bowed one after another, shouting, Greetings, Senior Brother Pang! The intruder wore blue robes and carried a long sword on his back. His black hair was tied simply behind his back, and he had sword-like brows. The most striking thing about this person was his hands. His fingers were long and fair, and he was born with a pair of hands that were meant to hold swords. After Su Zimo joined Heaven and Earth Academy, he entered seclusion for 1,000 years and did not have much interaction with the Academy, so he naturally did not know this person. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. This is an inner sect disciple, Pangyu. He has a powerful background and is a sword cultivator. It's said that his combat strength can be ranked in the top 5 of the inner sect. He might even be stronger than Senior Brother Yang Ruoxu. Su Zimo nodded. After Pangyu arrived, Elder Tongue, who was bowing earlier on, was no longer obsequious. He puffed his chest and was invigorated. From the looks of it, there was a high chance that Elder Ting's backing was this inner sect disciple Pangyu. However, Su Zimo could not understand why he would have a feud with Pangyu, since he did not know the latter at all. Why was Pangyu targeting him? Senior Brother Pang. When Yang Ruoxu saw Pangyu, he cupped his fists expressionlessly. In the cultivation world, most people referred to others as senior brothers or junior brothers by their cultivation realms. If their cultivation realms were the same, it would be measured by how long they had been in the sect. Both of them were grade 9 Heaven Immortals, but Pangyu had joined the sect for a longer time than Yang Ruoxu. Junior Brother Yang, you're only an inner sect disciple. Do you think the position of the Academy's disciplinary elder is something you can change casually? Pangyu glared at Yang Ruoxu and said coldly, Indeed, I can't change it. Young Ruoxu's expression was unchanged. However, if Elder Ting were to enforce the laws unfairly and I report it to the Academy, he won't be able to retain his position, right? It's not up to you whether or not he can retain it. Pang Yu sneered, Junior Brother Yang. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You're from the lower worlds, and so is Su Zimo. That's why you're thinking of ways to protect him. This is the Academy, and you're not even the number one of the inner sect, Yang Ruoxu. It's not your place to call the shots in the Academy. Senior Brother Pang, you're making things sound too serious. Yang Ruoxu replied indifferently, since there's such a huge controversy about this matter, why don't we report it to the Academy and ask the elders to make a decision? When he heard that, Elder Ting panicked. He knew this the best. Su Zimo was completely innocent in this matter. If it was reported to the Academy, he would be the one punished. At that time, as Yang Ruoxu had said, he might not even be able to retain his position as the disciplinary elder. Pang Yu's expression darkened. He knew in his heart that he would only embarrass himself if this matter was reported to the Academy. Right then, Elder Ting rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Senior brothers, please don't spoil your relationship. The affairs of the outer sect are just small matters. It's nothing much. In my opinion, let's forget about this matter. Elder Ting said with a smile. Pausing for a moment, he changed the topic and looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away. However, I have a personal feud with Su Zimo. That person boasted shamelessly earlier that I wouldn't even get the chance to retaliate if he fought me. All the cultivators present heard that clearly. I heard it. Immediately, some cultivators in the crowd cheered. Elder Ting had a stern expression as he said in a deep voice, It's fine if you disrespect my position as the disciplinary elder if you think that I had enforced the laws unfairly. However, I won't allow you to provoke and underestimate my many years of cultivation like this. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and looked at Elder Ting. So, what do you want, Elder Ting? This is a personal feud between us and has nothing to do with the rules of the Academy. I don't need to use my status as the disciplinary elder to suppress you. Elder Ting said righteously, however, you spoke rudely. Let's compete on the sword discourse arena. Shameless. When she heard that, Princess Scarlet Rainbow cursed internally. Many cultivators in the surroundings revealed looks of disdain. Although Elder Ting phrased it nicely, his cultivation realm was that of a grade 1 heaven immortal, while Su Zimo was only a grade 8 earth immortal. The two of them were a major cultivation realm apart. Although it was clear that he was bullying the weak, he made it sound upright. Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly. Elder Ting, the difference in cultivation between the two of you is too great. There's no need for this competition, right? We can do without competing, sure. Elder Ting smiled. If Su Zimo comes over obediently and bow to apologize to me, I can forgive him. If he doesn't apologize, he'll have to take responsibility for everything he said. Elder Ting had sharp eyes and could long tell that given Su Zimo's personality and style of doing things, there was no way he would apologize in public. You have to accept punishment for spouting nonsense. Elder Ting looked at Su Zimo and sneered. This is the Academy and life and death fights are not allowed on the sword discourse arena. Don't worry, I'll spare your life. However, I'll leave you an unforgettable lesson. Chapter 2172. 2172 A Slap. 2172 A Slap. That's a good idea. Pang Yu nodded, slightly with a smile. Well, I'll give you a choice. You can either apologize or head to the sword discourse arena to receive your lesson. Elder Ting's plan was foolproof. Even if Su Zimo apologized in public, he could say that Su Zimo was insincere and continued to make things difficult for him repeatedly. Fellow Taoist Su, it's fine to apologize to him. You won't lose anything either. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw Su Zimo standing silently, she thought that he was conflicted and could not make up his mind. so she sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. At that moment, the commotion here attracted almost half of the outer sect disciples of the academy. In the eyes of everyone, although it was ugly and embarrassing to apologize in public, it was much better than being beaten up by a heaven immortal on the sword discourse arena. Right in front of everyone, Suzimo suddenly smiled. "Sure, let's head to the sword discourse arena," Suzimo said with a smile. The surroundings went silent for a moment before a commotion broke out. "Is Suzimo crazy? That person is arrogant and conceited. I can already tell back at the Immortal Sect selection. I reckon he hasn't suffered a setback before. Fufu, he's truly asking for trouble. He thought that he could salvage his dignity by not apologizing. However, he did not know that it would be even more embarrassing if he was beaten up by Elder Ting." Many outer sect disciples shook their heads. Those outer sect disciples had only heard of Suzimo's name from some news of the Immortal Sect selection and did not have a deep understanding of him. In fact, many people thought that the rumors of the Immortal Sect selection were most likely exaggerated. Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly as well. He looked at Suzimo sternly and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you want to go to the sword discourse arena?" According to the rules of the academy, private fights between disciples of the same sect could only be conducted on the sword discourse arena, and no one was allowed to interfere. On the sword discourse arena, divine powers and secret skills could be released as they wished. However, life and death battles were forbidden, and essence, spirit, secret skills were not allowed. A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Even if the victors won, their essence spirits would be severely injured. The academy did not want any disciples to be injured. Even so, if Elder Tung wanted to teach Suzimo a lesson, he could beat the latter up severely and shatter his physical body. Earth immortals could regrow severed limbs, but they were not at the level of blood rebirth yet. If his body was shattered to an irreparable state, it would be equivalent to losing his original body, and he would have to look for another body. This was no longer a matter of losing face. "Sure, I'll give it a try." Suzimo shrugged his shoulders slightly, looking relaxed and nonchalant. His reaction naturally attracted the disdain of the outer sect disciples once more. However, Yang Ruoxa did not show any contempt. With a grim expression, he reminded again, "Don't think that you guys are only 2 cultivation realms apart. You have to understand that the difference between you guys is between an earth immortal and a heaven immortal. Heaven immortal experts can..." "That's enough." Before Yang Ruoxu could finish, he was interrupted by the impatient Pang Yu. "Junior brother Yang, you're not the one going on the sword discourse arena. Why are you so nervous?" Pang Yu sneered, "Either apologize or fight on the sword discourse arena. Stop being wishy-washy." Although Yang Ruoxu did not finish, Suzimo knew that he was reminding him that heaven immortal experts could release supreme divine powers. That was the greatest means and reliance of heaven immortal experts. However, although Suzimo was a grade 8 earth immortal, his essence spirit realm had already reached the level of a grade 1 heaven immortal, and he could also release supreme divine powers. Yang Ruoxu did not continue speaking after being interrupted by Pang Yu. However, he was still looking at Suzimo. Suzimo nodded slightly and gave Yang Ruoxu a reassuring look. Yang Ruoxu felt relieved. He had witnessed Suzimo's strength and potential personally during the Immortal Sect selection. Back in Coiling Dragon Valley, no one thought highly of this scholarly young man. Even the 4 of them did not think that this green-robed scholar could survive against the sabers of more than 100 fiendish execution guards. However, it was proven that all of them were wrong. Therefore, Yang Ruoxa believed in Suzimo. However, he still did not know how Suzimo, who was only an earth immortal, was going to deal with the power of a heaven immortal and the supreme divine power of one. "Let's go." With a relaxed expression, Suzimo seemingly muttered to himself, "An unforgettable lesson, I'm really looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. Elder Tongue reared his head in laughter. Don't worry, your wish will come true soon. Be it in the outer or inner sex, there were many sword discourse arenas. Naturally, the so-called sword discourse was not a simple sword competition. It was a spar between fellow sect mates. Before long, everyone arrived at the sword discourse arena closest to the outer sex essence spirit pavilion. The commotion here even attracted some inner sect disciples passing by, and the surrounding crowd grew larger. In the academy, every single spar on the sword discourse arena would attract everyone's attention. This time round was the most special. That was because the difference in cultivation between the two people on the sword discourse arena was immense. One was an earth immortal and the other was a heaven immortal. One was an outer sect disciple and the other was an outer sect disciplinary elder. The sword discourse arena was made from a gigantic rock and had sufficient space for the two people in the spar to release their divine powers and secret skills wantonly. Everyone, how many rounds do you think Elder Ting will take to win? That's not for sure. The main thing is to see how many rounds Elder Ting wants to go for. If Elder Tongue wants to win quickly and releases his supreme divine power in the first round, Su Zimo will lose. Even a cat will not kill a mouse it's hunting right away. I reckon Elder Ting will spend some time playing with this person on the sword discourse arena. The surrounding cultivators discussed fervently. Su Zimo and Elder Ting had already ascended the sword discourse arena and stood facing one another. Lad. Elder Ting looked at Su Zimo and could not suppress the excitement in his heart as he smiled. Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. At least, you can survive after I teach you a lesson in the academy. If you behave as arrogantly as you did outside the academy, you would have died a long time ago. Su Zimo ignored Elder Tongue. Instead, he looked in the direction of Yang Ruoxu and Pang Yu and asked loudly, "Can we begin the discourse?" As long as you're on the sword discourse arena, you can start at any moment. Elder Ting burst into laughter. Before his laughter ended, Su Zimo vanished from his line of sight. Watch out. The next moment, Pang Yu's voice exploded in his ears. At that moment, his heart seemed to have stopped beating. Elder Ting did not have time to think about why Su Zimo suddenly disappeared. He channeled his essence spirit with all his might and conjured hand seals with both hands, wanting to release a supreme divine power. Initially, he wanted to hold back. However, at that moment, he only wanted to survive. Yet, even with Pang Yu's reminder, he lost the initiative. Su Zimo used the true Dragon 9 flashes and crossed 100 feet. As though he had teleported, he descended beside Elder Tongue and slapped the latter on the back. Bang! Flesh exploded and blood filled the skies. Chapter 2173. 2173 beat you to despair. 2173 beat you to despair. Although Elder Tongue was a grade 1 heaven immortal, his body could not compare to the Green Lotus true body. With the grade 10 creation Green Lotus and the Thunderbone strengthening, it could take on any Earth grade Khanate dermic treasure head-on without using any power of bloodline. Elder Tongue's body could not withstand it at all. After Su Zimo closed in with a palm strike, his body was shattered and flesh splattered everywhere. Naturally, Su Zimo's essence spirit could also release supreme divine powers. However, there was no need. He would use the simplest and most direct method to get rid of Elder Tongue and not waste time with him. As he had said initially, Elder Tongue would not even have the chance to retaliate if he attacked. Su Zimo's attack was way too sudden. Apart from top heaven immortals, such as Yang Ruoxu and Pang Yu, who reacted, everyone else present was stunned. It was only when Elder Tongue's body was destroyed that the crowd exclaimed. Heavens, Elder Tongue was shattered by a single palm strike. It's too fast. Is it teleportation? It can't be teleportation. There's no divine power aura on the sword discourse arena. Furthermore, Su Zimo is only an earth immortal and can't release teleportation. Elder Tongue was careless. His body was shattered before teleportation was even released. The surroundings of the sword discourse arena were in an uproar. Yang Ruoxu glanced sideways and sneered. Senior Brother Pang, outsiders are not allowed to interfere in the fight on the sword discourse arena. Your reminder earlier on was already considered a violation of the rules. Humph. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Pang Yu harumphed coldly and did not refute. He had not expected Su Zimo's attack to be so ferocious that it was like a thunderbolt, not giving his opponent any chance to resist. Even with his reminder, Elder Ting did not have time to escape. Yang Ruoxa said in a deep voice, I don't think there's a need to continue this fight. The outcome has been decided. Not necessarily. Pang Yu said, Elder Tongue was merely careless and lost the initiative. The methods of a heaven immortal are not something a mere earth immortal like him can match. Heaven immortals can circulate blood rebirth. As long as their essence spirits are not destroyed, even if their bodies are destroyed, they can reconstruct their bodies and recover their combat strength in the blink of an eye. Yang Ruoxu said, If not for the fact life and death battles are not allowed on the sword discourse arena, Su Zimo's palm strike would have landed on Elder Ting's head. By now, Elder Ting's essence spirit would be the one that was destroyed instead of a mere body explosion. Actually, as Yang Ruoxu had said, the outcome of the battle on the sword discourse arena was decided. However, Pang Yu was indignant and did not call for a stop. On the sword discourse arena, Elder Tang was even more enraged and wanted to use blood rebirth to suppress Su Zimo with all his might to regain his dignity. After shattering Elder Tang's body with a single palm strike, Su Zimo stopped and did not continue chasing. However, he shifted his gaze and saw that Pang Yu had no intention of calling for a stop. On the other side, Elder Ting's essence spirit escaped to a corner of the sword discourse arena and was circulating blood rebirth to recover his body. Su Zimo understood that the other party had not given up at all. He smirked coldly. Blood rebirth was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Elder Ting's body was reconstructed. Just as Elder Ting was about to channel his essence spirit, he felt his vision blur as though something flashed. The next moment he felt a tremendous sense of danger envelop him, causing his hairs to stand on end. This is bad. Elder Ting shouted internally. Immediately after, he felt another sharp pain on his back and his chest exploded. His entire body was shattered by a terrifying power once more. Right in front of everyone, Elder Tang's body that had just been reconstructed was shattered by Su Zimo's palm once more. Elder Ting could not withstand the power of the green lotus true body coupled with the great chaos essence palm. The crowd was in an uproar. As the disciplinary elder of the outer sect, Elder Tang had a noble status and was even a grade 1 heaven immortal. To think that he would be shattered twice by an earth immortal on the sword discourse arena without the chance to retaliate. How tragic. Elder Tongue lost the initiative and was suppressed at every step. I wonder if he still has a chance to turn defeat into victory. Su Zimo is truly smart. He knows the difference between earth immortals and heaven immortals, and knows that he can't defend against supreme divine powers. That's why he attacked consecutively and destroyed Elder Ting's body, making it difficult for the heaven immortal to unleash his advantage. Some cultivators discussed and analyzed seriously. When an essence spirit cultivated to the heaven immortal realm, they could release supreme divine powers. However, a physical body was required for that. Otherwise, the essence spirit alone would not be able to withstand the power of supreme divine powers. Therefore, without a body, Elder Tongue could not use supreme divine powers. On the other side, Pang Yu's expression darkened as he could not help but curse. What an idiot! After you reconstruct your body, you should release teleportation and leave right away before counterattacking. Although Pang Yu seemed like he was cursing, He was actually reminding Elder Tongue how to deal with the situation. After Elder Tongue's body was shattered for the second time, his essence spirit fled to a corner once more and used blood rebirth to form a body of flesh and blood. This time round he had learned his lesson. After condensing his body, he channeled his essence spirit and teleported away without lingering on the spot. As long as he distanced himself from Suzimo and had a momentary breather, it would be enough for him to condense a supreme divine power to suppress Suzimo. However, after teleportation, the moment his figure appeared, before he could catch his breath, the familiar sense of danger descended once more. Fuck! Elder Tongue was enraged and cursed out of loss of composure. The next moment, his body was shattered by Suzimo's palm once more. He had teleportation, but Suzimo had the true Dragon 9 flashes. Blood rebirth was not without restrictions. Each time his body shattered, Elder Tongue would lose a large amount of bloodline essence. His body was shattered 3 times in succession, and he had expended a lot of blood chi. He was not young, and his blood chi had already decreased from its peak to begin with. Now that he was severely injured, he seemed to have aged considerably in an instant. Elder Tongue's essence spirit escaped, and he teleported away once more to condense his body. Bang! Immediately after, Suzimo descended and shattered his body with a single palm strike. Initially, Elder Tongue's heart was filled with anger and indignance. However, after his body was shattered 6 times in succession, there was only despair left in his heart. If this continued, he would no longer have the ability to use blood rebirth when his blood chi was depleted. Elder Tongue's essence, spirit, looked at Pangyu on the other side. His face was filled with panic, fear, helplessness, and despair. Elder Tongue believed that as long as Pangyu said a single word, he would no longer have to endure such torture. However, Pangyu's expression was cold, and he refused to say or express anything. Yang Ruoxu could not bear it. The outcome has been decided. I think Elder Tongue can come down now. No. Pangyu rejected it flatly and said coldly, "This is a path he chose himself, and he has to complete it. He's a heaven immortal. How can he admit defeat casually? How can he lose to an earth immortal casually? Even if a heaven immortal has to die, he will not allow an earth immortal to trample on his dignity." Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly. He could vaguely tell that Pangyu was implying something. Chapter 2174 2174 Sacrifice 2174 Sacrifice on the Sword Discourse Arena. When he heard Pangyu's words, Elder Tongue's essence spirit that was escaping suddenly paused. First, his eyes were filled with confusion. Thereafter, as though he understood something, his face suddenly turned menacing and terrifying with a frenzied expression. The dignity of a heaven immortal is not to be humiliated. Suddenly, Elder Tongue shrieked, "Suzimo, I'll fight you to the death!" The moment he said that, a violent spirit consciousness fluctuation burst forth from the Sword Discourse Arena. Essence spirit secret skill. The cultivators were shocked and exclaimed, "How dare you!" Yang Ruoxu's expression changed starkly as he finally understood what Pangyu meant by that. He was reminding Elder Tongue to fight with his life. Apart from supreme divine powers, the strongest methods of heaven immortal experts were also essence, spirit, secret skills. Yang Ruoxu wanted to save Suzimo right away. However, although his cultivation realm was high and he was strong, it was already too late by the time he realized it. The speed at which essence, spirit, secret skills were condensed and released was so fast that bystanders could not interfere at all. Even Suzimo, who was on the Sword Discourse Arena, did not seem to be able to react to it, let alone the bystanders. He stood motionlessly in midair, rooted to the spot. Elder Tongue's essence, spirit, secret skill transformed into a streak of light and arrived instantly, entering Su Zimo's glabella. It's over. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's body swayed, slightly with a pained expression. Up till this point of her cultivation, she had encountered countless paragons and monster incarnates. However, Su Zimo gave her the most special feeling. This was a man that she admired and was curious about. Unfortunately, such a rare paragon and monster incarnate who dared to fight against Prince Yuanzhua, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Zither Immortal Meng Yao, would die on the sword discourse arena of Heaven and Earth Academy, just like that. In Heaven and Earth Academy, fellow sect mates were not allowed to fight to the death. However, Su Zimo was now assaulted by a Heaven Immortal with an essence, spirit, secret skill. For a paragon, such a death would be way too aggrieved and unfair. It was as dazzling as a meteor, leaving a resplendent mark in the night sky, but dying instantly. Sigh. A series of sighs sounded from the crowd. The scene of Su Zimo destroying Elder Teng's body consecutively earlier on was way too shocking for the outer sect disciples and caused their blood to boil. To think that Su Zimo would end up in such a state in the blink of an eye. What a pity. Given his talent, potential, and methods, his future accomplishments are immeasurable. However, it's nothing much. Throughout history, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates. Most of them died prematurely, and he's only one of them. Some felt pity, some were sad, some were cold, and some were happy. The fickleness of human nature was part of it. Pang Yu! Yang Ruoxu was enraged and shouted without addressing him as senior brother, "Aren't you way too vicious? He has only joined the academy for 1,000 years and hasn't committed any mistakes. How dare you instruct a Heaven Immortal to kill him on the sword discourse arena with an essence, spirit, secret skill? Are you still human?" Yang Ruoxu's skin color was similar to bronze. In his rage, his blood chi surged and his entire face darkened, looking like an enraged Vajra that was extremely terrifying. Although Elder Teng was the one who was trying to kill Su Zimo, Yang Ruoxu knew that the root of this matter was Pang Yu. While Elder Teng might be alive right now, he was already a dead man. According to the rules of the academy, it was a serious crime to use an essence, spirit, secret skill on the sword discourse arena. Furthermore, Elder Teng did it against a fellow sect mate. Yang Ruoxu knew very well that the mastermind behind Su Zimo's death was Pang Yu, who seemed like he was not involved at all. Fufu. Pang Yu chuckled smugly. The more enraged Yang Ruoxu was, the happier he was. Pang Yu shrugged his shoulders slightly and gave a perfect, guileless look. "Junior brother Yang, there are some things that you can't spout nonsense about. When have I ever instructed Elder Teng to use any essence, spirit, secret skill to kill Su Zimo?" Yang Ruoxu clenched his fists and grit his teeth. He did not say anything and merely glared at Pang Yu. Pang Yu had a calm expression as he said, leisurely, "Everyone witnessed the fight on the sword discourse arena today. All the cultivators present can vouch for me." Yang Ruoxu was furious and even wanted to attack Pang Yu immediately. However, he knew that there was no reason for him to attack. Pang Yu was way too smart. Earlier on, Pang Yu did not explicitly instruct Elder Teng to use his essence, spirit secret skill, or kill Su Zimo with his words. Without leaving any stains on himself, he made use of Elder Teng to kill Su Zimo. "Pang Yu!" Yang Ruoxu grit his teeth and said coldly, "I know that some of you in the inner sect have always looked down on me and tried all means to suppress me. This was no secret. Not only in the inner sect, even disciples of the outer sect could tell something was amiss. Yang Ruoxu came from the lower worlds and was ostracized in the academy to begin with. Furthermore, he was an upright person and did not know how to be tactful. Naturally, he was gradually isolated by many inner sect disciples. However, Yang Ruoxu relied on his own hard work to grow in adversity and advance against the odds. gradually entering the top 10 of the inner sect disciples. Later on, he even represented the academy to head to Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to host the immortal sect selections and recruit disciples. Although this matter made him famous in the divine firmament immortal domain, he attracted even more hostility in the academy. Under normal circumstances, Yang Ruoxu should not be the inner sect disciple representing the academy. There were at least 5 people in the academy who were superior to Yang Ruoxu in terms of combat strength, status, and background. Pang Yu was included among the 5 of them. It was easy to imagine the hostility that Yang Ruoxu received within the inner sect. Although both parties had some conflicts and could not stand it, they were at Heaven and Earth Academy after all. At the very least, on the surface, things were still calm and they rarely fought or fell out. It was only until 1,000 years ago at the immortal sect selection when some rumors about Fairy Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu spread that the peace was broken. Those rumors pushed Yang Ruoxu into the center of the storm. For the past 1,000 years, Yang Ruoxu had sparred with inner sect disciples on the sword discourse arena as well. Su Zimo was also an important person in the immortal sect selection 1,000 years ago. He came from the lower worlds like Yang Ruoxu and was protected by the latter. That was the reason why Pang Yu and the others shifted their gazes toward Su Zimo. Pang Yu had once informed Elder Tongue to find an opportunity to teach Su Zimo a lesson, and it would be best if he could kick the latter out of the academy. It could be said that Su Zimo was embroiled in this fight between inner sect disciples without knowing anything. He was merely a sacrifice for this inner sect fight. I can accept your contempt and hostility. However, Su Zimo is not related to me. Back then, he was just an ordinary cultivator, and he is no different from the other disciples who joined the academy. Why are you guys targeting him? Yang Ruoxu glared at Pang Yu and shouted, "He has nothing to do with our feud. He's innocent. If you have any means, you can come at me directly." Chapter 2175. 2175 Fuck Your Mother. 2175 Fuck Your Mother. You're all lowlifes. How can you be considered as unrelated? Pang Yu sneered with a disdainful expression. His death will not be unjustified. He deserves it because you chose to back him with all your might. With those words, the 2 of them had now fallen out completely. Today's matter is just a reminder. The corners of Pang Yu's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "Although your reputation in divine firmament mainland has grown in recent years, let me tell you, you're nothing in the inner sect of the academy. You can't even protect a lowlife in the academy." The surroundings of the sword discourse arena were silent and the atmosphere was heavy. All the cultivators felt chills when they heard Pang Yu's words. Pang Yu's words were not only for Yang Ruoxu, but also for all the academy disciples present. He was warning the cultivators present that anyone who had anything to do with Yang Ruoxu would be in an extremely difficult situation in the academy and might even lose their lives. They would suffer the same outcome as Su Zimo earlier on. I see. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded from the sword discourse arena. There were only 2 people on the sword discourse arena. One was Elder Teng's essence spirit. Due to the consecutive destruction of his body, his blood chi was severely depleted and almost dried up. Right now, he was still gathering his blood chi slowly, preparing to reconstruct his body. That voice did not belong to Elder Teng. It belonged to the other person. Could it be? Princess Scarlet Rainbow seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, all the cultivators' gazes landed on the green-robed cultivator on the sword discourse arena. Pissed. Everyone gasped. Su Zimo was not dead. The outer sect disciple who was struck by the Heaven Immortal's essence, spirit, secret skill, was still alive. Furthermore, his body was filled with vitality, and his face was rosy without any signs of injury. Wah! Apart from shock, many cultivators were puzzled. Everyone saw Elder Ting's essence, spirit, secret skill enter Su Zimo's consciousness. Even heaven immortals would definitely die if their essence spirits were struck by an essence spirit secret skill, let alone earth immortals. The change at that time was sudden. Su Zimo looked like he was rooted on the spot motionlessly, struck by Elder Ting's essence spirit secret skill. In reality, Su Zimo had already sensed Elder Ting's killing intent the moment it appeared. The reason why he did not use his essence spirit secret skill to fight Elder Ting head-on was because there was no need. When Elder Ting's essence spirit secret skill entered his consciousness, it was shattered by the green lotus sword formed by the green lotus seeds. With the protection of the creation lotus platform, the remnant spirit consciousness power could not injure the green lotus essence spirit at all. Thereafter, everyone thought that Su Zimo was dead. Later on, everyone's attention was drawn to the argument between Yang Ruoxu and Peng Yu. Naturally, no one paid attention to him. Su Zimo also wanted to know the reason why Elder Tung was targeting him, so he did not say anything. It was only now that he understood the entire situation that he spoke. "You're not dead." The smile on Peng Yu's face vanished as he glared at Su Zimo coldly. "Good, good, good." Instead, Yang Ruoxu burst into laughter and praised, "Junior brother Su, you sure are capable." Since Su Zimo was not dead, he no longer had to feel guilty and was in a great mood. "How are you not dead?" Elder Ting's essence, spirit, was flustered. He had not expected that the outer sect disciple before him would revive. "Since I'm not dead." Su Zimo looked at Elder Tang and said indifferently, "You're the one who'll be dead soon." "You." Elder Ting's expression changed starkly, and he wanted to turn and escape. However, Su Zimo was even faster. Before his sentence was finished, he had already attacked. He strode forward and opened his palm, trapping Elder Ting's essence, spirit in it. "Senior brother Pang, save me." Elder Ting was almost scared out of his wits and shrieked, "Su Zimo, stop." A cold glint flashed through Peng Yu's eyes. Instead of attacking immediately, he hollered, "According to the rules of the Academy, life and death battles are not allowed on the sword discourse arena." "Fufu." Su Zimo could not help but laugh. Prior to this, Peng Yu secretly instigated Elder Tung to use his essence, spirit, secret skill to kill him. Now, Peng Yu was the one declaring the rules of the Academy righteously instead. Su Zimo was a scholar to begin with and was well versed in the teachings of sages. Even though he had entered the cultivation world and killed countless people, he rarely cursed. However, at that moment, he hated Peng Yu to the core. He glanced at the latter and said indifferently, "No life and death battles? Fuck your mother." With that said, Su Zimo exerted strength in his palm and crushed Elder Teng's essence spirit. The disciplinary elder of the outer sect was destroyed in body and spirit on the sword discourse arena. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded as they looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. Even Peng Yu was stunned. Actually, he had already expected that Su Zimo would kill Elder Teng. With that, he would have enough reason to step in personally to suppress Su Zimo. However, he had not expected that Su Zimo would dare to scold him. "Fuck your mother." Peng Yu was completely stunned. "Bastard, how dare you scold me?" Peng Yu snapped out of his stupor and was enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he channeled his essence spirit and released teleportation, vanishing on the spot. By the time Peng Yu appeared, he was already on the sword discourse arena, beside Su Zimo. "Die!" Peng Yu released a palm strike with a terrifying might. Su Zimo could not defend against the power of a grade 9 heaven immortal at all. Even his grade 10 green lotus true body would be shattered. The moment Peng Yu released teleportation, Su Zimo had already sensed it. Without hesitation, he released the true Dragon 9 flashes. The moment Pang Yu appeared, Su Zimo had already vanished from the spot. Pang Yu's palm strike missed. The crowd exclaimed once more. As an inner sect disciple, one of the top 5 to boot, and a grade 9 heaven immortal, Pang Yu's personal appearance to deal with an outer sect disciple was enough to cause an uproar. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Pang Yu's first attack missed, and he did not manage to kill Su Zimo. Pang Yu's reaction speed was extremely fast as well. In a flash, he charged over at an astonishing speed, as though he could determine Su Zimo's landing spot. At the same time, he released the spirit consciousness pressure of a grade 9 heaven immortal and descended from the skies. The moment Su Zimo's figure appeared, he fell into such a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure. Against the pressure of that spirit consciousness, it was as though he had fallen into a swamp and it was difficult for him to move. He could not release the true Dragon 9 flashes and had nowhere to run. This was the method of a top-tier heaven immortal. Pang Yu closed 2 fingers and conjured a sword art, piercing towards Su Zimo's glabella. Instantly, it was as though a sharp sword was formed. Before it descended, Su Zimo's glabella was already bleeding. The fact that Pang Yu missed his attack was embarrassing enough for him. He was determined to kill Su Zimo on the spot with his fingers now. Chapter 2176 2176 Death of Pang Yu 2176 Death of Pang Yu. When Su Zimo saw that he could not dodge, his eyes shone with a ferocious glint. He was prepared to take the risk. Pang Yu's finger was way too sharp, and it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. However, it was impolite not to reciprocate. Su Zimo channeled his essence, spirit, wildly and glared at Pang Yu fiercely. A bronze square, tripod vaguely appeared in the bloodlight on his glabella. He wanted to use the hell suppression tripod to defend against the first wave of impact from Pang Yu's sword finger. Although the hell suppression tripod was incomparably tough, it was difficult to neutralize the power of a grade 9 heaven immortal completely. There was another utmost treasure on the green lotus essence spirit, the Trinity, auspicious jade. This utmost treasure had absorbed the essence of the sun, moon, and stars continuously over the years and was incomparably tough. It could even defend against the secondary impact. If that could not resolve the sharpness completely, he still had the 9 heavens living soil. Even if he was severely injured, Su Zimo wanted to kill Pang Yu. After cultivating to the heaven immortal realm, his essence spirit could already release supreme divine powers. Among the supreme divine powers he comprehended, there was a supreme divine power that could ignore the cultivation realm of heaven immortals and kill a grade 9 heaven immortal. It was an extremely risky move. Su Zimo did not know if the hell suppression tripod, Trinity auspicious jade, and 9 heavens living soil could defend against Pang Yu's attacks. However, he knew one thing. He was definitely going to make Pang Yu pay. Sensing the madness and killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes, a mocking look flashed through Pang Yu's eyes as he sneered. "Do you want to resist?" Pang Yu said softly, "In my eyes, your strength is like an ant that overestimates itself." Swoosh! The sword finger descended and stabbed towards Su Zimo's glabella with a sharp edge. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of Su Zimo. He was filled with righteousness and had a torrential aura, not weaker than the grade 9 heaven immortal, Pang Yu. Yang Ruoxu had arrived through teleportation. When Pang Yu teleported away and attacked for the first time, Yang Ruoxu did not manage to arrive in time. This time round he arrived in time. He hollered, and righteousness reverberated in his chest. Raising his arm, he clenched it into a fist and punched towards Pang Yu's incoming sword finger. The moment Yang Ruoxu appeared and shouted, Su Zimo growled as well. Fleeting moment! The power of a supreme divine power burst forth and descended instantly, enveloping Pang Yu. After Yang Ruoxu appeared, Pang Yu's attention was not on Su Zimo at all. With a ferocious gaze, he glared at young Ruoxu and sneered. Junior brother Yang, your fist is still lacking. You can't defend against my sword finger. Bang! Pang Yu's sword finger collided with Yang Ruoxu's fist, and a shockwave burst forth, engulfing the entire sword discourse arena. The surrounding cultivators who were watching were blown back by the aura and swayed. Yang Ruoxu also knew that his current combat strength was not a match for Pang Yu. However, Su Zimo was right behind him, and he could not let Su Zimo get injured. He could not retreat. The fist and finger collided, and the two of them stood facing one another motionlessly. Pang Yu frowned slightly. He felt that something was amiss. The power of his sword should have been able to penetrate Yang Ruoxu's fist. How are they evenly matched right now? Yang Ruoxu was puzzled as well. Could Pang Yu have held back? However, right then their expressions changed. A look of shock flashed through Pang Yu's eyes, followed by confusion, fear, and finally shock. As for Yang Ruoxu, his expression changed drastically as he looked at Pang Yu in disbelief. To Yang Ruoxu, Pang Yu's appearance was aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. His black hair turned as white as snow in the blink of an eye. Wrinkles lined Pang Yu's face, making him look like an old man who was about to die at any moment. His clear and cold eyes had turned turbid and withered. Gradually, the surrounding cultivators noticed something unusual about Pang Yu as well. Look, what's wrong with Senior Brother Pang? Heavens, how did Senior Brother Pang become like this in the blink of an eye? Right in front of everyone, Pang Yu's initially upright body became hunched and his entire figure shrank. The commotion in the crowd intensified. Everyone looked at Pang Yu in shock. What happened to me? Pang Yu's voice trembled slightly. The moment he spoke, he realized that his voice had become incomparably old. Pang, you could not believe that the voice came from his mouth. Senior Brother Pang, why is your lifespan? Yang Ruoxu's eyes widened as well, not knowing what was going on. He could clearly sense that Pang Yu's lifespan was almost up. The lifespan of a heaven immortal was 300,000 years. Right now, Pang Yu was only 100,000 years old and was at his peak. But now his lifespan was almost up and he could die at any moment. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. And my lifespan. Pang Yu was filled with wrinkles, and his shriveled lips moved. He also realized what had happened to him. His lifespan was exhausted and he was about to die. This was even more terrifying than being severely injured or having his essence, spirit damaged. Even if his essence spirit was injured, there was a sliver of hope for treatment. However, when one's lifespan was exhausted, they would truly die. You. Finally, Pang Yu glared at Yang Ruoxu with his hazy eyes, panting heavily with hatred. However, he was stunned when he saw the confused Yang Ruoxu. Earlier on, Yang Ruoxu merely attacked and took him head-on. There was no way he could release such power. Furthermore, judging from Yang Ruoxu's expression, he did not seem to know what happened either. However, if it was not Yang Ruoxu, who could it be? Who was attacking him in secret? Before Pang Yu died, a thought flashed through his mind. His gaze shifted and landed on the green-robed cultivator behind Yang Ruoxu. At that moment, the green-robed cultivator had a calm expression and was glaring at him coldly. He was not surprised at all. Suddenly, Pang Yu recalled that someone had mentioned fleeting moment on the battlefield earlier on. Why you? Pang Yu raised his arm with difficulty and pointed at Su Zimo from afar. Su Zimo was in the direction of Yang Ruoxu. In everyone's eyes, they naturally thought that Pang Yu was referring to Yang Ruoxu. In the intense battle earlier on, Yang Ruoxu shouted, and Su Zimo's holler was almost drowned out by that shout, and no one noticed it. Who would have thought that a grade 8 Earth Immortal could release a supreme divine power? Who would have thought that a supreme divine power of an Earth Immortal could kill a top 5 grade 9 heaven immortal of the inner sect on the spot. Pang Yu's lips twitched, as though he wanted to say something more. However, his lifespan was completely exhausted in that short period of time. Thump! Pang Yu raised his arm and fell backwards with widened eyes, unable to rest in peace. Even till his death, Pang Yu could not understand how he died in the hands of an earth immortal. Chapter 2177 2177 Fong Qinyan 2177 Fong Qinyan. Senior Brother Pang died just like that. To think that Senior Brother Yang's combat strength would already be so terrifying. He killed Senior Brother Pang with a single move. I reckon that Senior Brother Yang's current combat strength is comparable to Senior Brother Fong. A disciple who had just joined the academy could not help but ask, which Senior Brother Fong? The current number one of the inner sect, Fong Qinyan, of course. I wonder what's the name of the supreme, divine power Senior Brother Yang used earlier on. To think that it could exhaust Senior Brother Pang's lifespan by more than 100,000 years. How terrifying! I didn't hear it clearly. It seemed to be fleeting something. There was a commotion around the sword discourse arena. A cultivator had long run to the inner sect to inform them about this important matter. Life and death battles were not allowed on the sword discourse arena. However, 2 people died consecutively today. One was the disciplinary elder, and the other was a grade 9 heaven immortal who was ranked top 5 in the inner sect. This would definitely shock the academy. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Elder Tang and Pang Yu were the ones who were unreasonable in this matter to begin with. He was merely forced to retaliate. As long as the academy was fair, they would not punish him. Fleeting moment was comprehended to its limits through the power of Baron, and time is like a saber. With the augmentation of that divine power, the passage of time was fleeting and vanished in a moment. No matter how much lifespan Pang Yu had, even if it was the full 300,000 years, it would be difficult for him to survive if he was struck by fleeting moment. Of course, if fleeting moment struck a perfected immortal, it would be useless. Perfected immortals possessed condensed Tao fruits and were protected by true essence. The power of fleeting moment could not penetrate it at all. If Pang Yu was prepared and used another supreme divine power to defend against fleeting moment, he would not have died. Unfortunately, Pang Yu did not take Su Zimo seriously at all. He had not expected Su Zimo to be able to release a power that could threaten him. All his attention was on Yang Ruoxu. His sharpness and strength were condensed on his sword finger, and he released an earth-shaking defense against Yang Ruoxu. Right then, fleeting moment descended. Of course, Su Zimo knew one thing. Although Pang Yu died to fleeting moment, it did not mean that he could kill a grade 9 heaven immortal head-on. The difference in strength between them was too great. Even the power of a grade 3 or 4 heaven immortal was difficult for him to defend against, let alone a grade 9 heaven immortal. He knew his limits. If Yang Ruoxu had not appeared at the end and diverted Pang Yu's attention and strength, he might not have succeeded. It could be said that Pang Yu died in the hands of Su Zimo. However, there were many coincidences that happened as well. Just as Su Zimo was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. Yang Ruoxu, who was in front of him, had already turned around and was looking at him meaningfully with a conflicted expression. There was shock, realization, and emotions. Everyone thought that Pang Yu died in Yang Ruoxu's hands. However, Yang Ruoxu knew that the power of his punch earlier on could not kill Pang Yu, nor could it achieve such a terrifying effect. If it was not him, who could it be? There were only 3 people on the sword discourse arena. Pang Yu was already dead. If he was not the person who did it, it could only be the 3rd person. Although this matter could be hidden from everyone, it could not be hidden from Yang Ruoxu. It was M. Su Zimo had just said 2 words when Yang Ruoxu suddenly frowned and waved his hand, interrupting Su Zimo. Don't admit to this. Yang Ruoxu whispered with a grim expression. Just as Su Zimo was about to ask, a holler sounded from afar. What happened? A few figures tore through the air from the direction of the inner sect at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived and descended slowly. Their leader wore a dark green robe with auspicious clouds etched on it. His black hair was tied up, and he had a dignified expression with a long sword hanging on his waist. Greetings, Senior Brother Fong. The surrounding cultivators cupped their fists in greeting. The number one of the inner sect, Fong Qingyun. Behind Fong Qingyun were 4 cultivators, a man and a woman. All of them were elegant and extraordinary with powerful auras that were comparable to Yang Ruoxu. The man and woman were Tang Peng and Yan Bingying. They were also extremely famous in the inner sect, and their combat strength could be ranked in the top 10. Among them, Yan Bingying even had the reputation of being the number 1 fairy of the inner sect. There were many rumors about her and Fong Qingyun, but neither of them confirmed anything openly. Greetings, Senior Brother Tang and Senior Sister Yan. Many cultivators bowed once more. Fong Qingyun's gaze was sharp, and he caught sight of Peng Yu, who died on the sword discourse arena right away. However, his expression was unchanged as he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yang Ruoxu, who was not far away, without revealing any emotions. Senior Brother Pang. When Tang Peng saw Peng Yu's corpse, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed before charging onto the sword discourse arena. Yan Bingying reached out and covered her cherry lips as well, exclaiming, "You did it!" Tang Peng raised his head suddenly and glared at Yang Ruoxu fiercely, saying coldly with a ferocious expression, "That's right." Yang Ruoxu agreed without hesitation. "Die then." Tang Peng hollered murderously and slapped his storage bag, retrieving a pair of shimmering golden gloves that he wore. The gloves wrapped around Tang Peng's palm completely. Furthermore, his fingernails were as sharp as sabers and clanged when they collided, causing sparks to fly like a pair of sharp eagle claws. Swoosh! In a flash, Tang Peng vanished from the spot. Teleportation! Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly. If he was facing a normal enemy, he should have teleported away by now. However, Su Zimo was right behind him. If he were to leave, there was a high chance that Su Zimo would be implicated by the enraged Tang Peng and die on the spot. At that thought, Yang Ruoxu did not move at all. He swiped his storage bag, and a sword suddenly appeared in his palm, piercing towards the void diagonally behind him. There was initially nothing there. Right after Yang Ruoxu's attack, Tang Peng's figure suddenly appeared and extended his sharp golden claws to grab down. However, Yang Ruoxu's attack met it head-on. Clang! The sword and claw collided with an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Tang Peng shuddered slightly and left once more in a flash. His speed was extremely fast, and there was only a streak of light left on the sword discourse arena. The gazes of the outer sect disciples could not catch up to his movement technique. Even with Su Zimo's eyesight, he could not lock onto it and could only see after images. Su Zimo merely watched for a while before he felt dizzy. He was secretly alarmed. The inner sect disciples of the academy were way too strong. If Peng Yu had not been distracted by Yang Ruoxu and was unprepared for fleeting moment, he would not have been struck by that attack. When Tang Peng was young, he obtained a great opportunity and swapped blood through marrow cleansing. The bloodline of the rock race flowed through his body, and his innate speed was shocking. In the inner sect, Tang Peng was the number 1 in movement techniques. Chapter 2178. 2178 Fair Opportunity. 2178 Fair Opportunity. Tang Peng circled around Yang Ruoxu continuously without attacking. However, it also meant that he could attack at any moment. A wrong judgment would result in serious injuries. Yang Ruoxu let out a long breath and suddenly closed his eyes. Wielding his sword with one hand, he seemed to have given up. At that moment, Su Zimo was also on the battlefield and could not escape. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. On the left, the moment that thought flashed through his mind, Yang Ruoxu had already attacked and stabbed to the left. At the same time, a golden light flashed and grabbed the blade of the sword, causing sparks to fly. Tang Peng did not stop after missing his attack and continued sprinting. Before long, a warning flashed through Su Zimo's mind once more. At the same time, Yang Ruoxu attacked once more. Clang! The sword and claw collided and Tang Peng's figure flashed, disappearing from Yang Ruoxu's line of sight. Right from the beginning, Yang Ruoxu had not opened his eyes. Su Zimo lamented internally, secretly in awe. His spirit perception was inherited from Daiyu, and he could determine the origin of the danger. Yang Ruoxu's methods were extremely brilliant as well. Righteousness surrounded him, forming an invisible aura. As long as Tang Peng attacked, he would definitely disrupt the balance of the aura. Therefore, Yang Ruoxu could sense it right away. No matter how fast Tang Peng was, he could not match Yang Ruoxu's sword. Therefore, right in front of many cultivators, the battle on the sword discourse arena turned extremely strange. An indiscernible figure moved continuously at a speed that distorted the surrounding void. As for Yang Ruoxu, he wielded his sword with one hand and placed the other behind his back. Standing proudly, he stabbed out from time to time. With every thrust, the sound of metal clashing would echo from the sword discourse arena. In 10 minutes, Tang Peng had already attacked 100 times. However, Yang Ruoxu did not move at all. Senior Brother Tang, I know that you have a deep relationship with Senior Brother Pang. However, it's not too late for us to spar after you confirm the exact details of this matter. Right then, Yang Ruoxu suddenly spoke with his eyes closed, attracting exclamations. Everyone knew that they could not afford to be distracted in such an intense battle. A single mistake could result in death. However, Yang Ruoxu still had the strength to speak in such an intense battle. At the very least, it meant that Yang Ruoxu was at ease and still had strength left. Senior Brother Tang, don't fall for it. He's trying to lure you into talking. Yan Bingying stood out and sneered, a life for a life. It's only right. What's there to say to a lowlife like you? It was only now that Su Zimo realized why Yang Ruoxu told him not to admit that he was the one who killed Pang Yu. That was because Yang Ruoxu knew that Fang Qingyan, Tang Peng, Yan Bingying, and the others would definitely not let them off with Pang Yu's death. These people were led by Fang Qingyan. In the inner sect, they had many feuds with Yang Ruoxu to begin with and could not stand one another, causing their conflicts to deepen. Pang Yu's death intensified the conflict between both parties completely. Yang Ruoxu knew these people too well. They would not even bother to ask for the reason for Pang Yu's death and would just fight right away. However, Su Zimo was only an outer sect disciple who had ascended from the lower worlds. There was no way he could defend against them. The root of this matter was his feud with Fang Qingyan and the other inner sect disciples. Su Zimo was implicated. There was naturally no way he would push Su Zimo into the center of the storm and let the latter endure the wrath of Fang Qingyan and the others. There was no way Su Zimo could withstand it. Clang! 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 The sound of swords and claws clashing on the sword discourse arena intensified. The fight between both parties was also approaching its climax. Tang Peng's attacks turned increasingly ferocious, and he was already using his full strength. He was naturally getting increasingly anxious after failing to take down Yang Ruoxu time and again. However, Yang Ruoxu's eyes were closed the entire time, and he was calm. Suddenly, Fang Qingyan shook his head and said softly, "Tang Peng is getting flustered. He's going to lose soon." Before his sentence was finished, Yang Ruoxu suddenly opened his eyes on the sword discourse arena and hollered softly, "Hit!" Xing! A sword beam flashed past like lightning that tore through the night sky. It was incomparably stunning and brought with it a stream of grisly blood. The next moment, Yang Ruoxu retracted his sword. Tang Pang's figure appeared, and he clutched his chest with his right hand. Blood seeped out from the gaps between his fingers as he glared at Yang Ruoxu with hatred and indignance. Yang Ruoxu's sword pierced his heart. Although heaven immortals could use blood rebirth, once blood qi entered their bodies and shattered their hearts, it would take at least 10 breaths for them to recover completely. Victory was decided. Yang Ruoxu, don't be smug. Wait a moment, we'll fight again. Tang Peng grit his teeth and said. Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly and said coldly, I've already shown mercy with my attack. The victor between us has been decided. If you continue to fight, won't it seem dishonorable? Who cares about victory? I'll fight you to the death. Tang Peng's killing intent did not diminish. Life and death battles are not allowed on the sword discourse arena. Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice, Tang Peng, retreat. Just as Tang Peng was about to speak, Fang Qingyan suddenly spoke and waved his hand gently, indicating for Tang Peng to leave. Although Tang Peng was indignant, he did not dare to disobey Fang Qingyan. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. In a flash, Fang Qingyan descended slowly and stood on the sword discourse arena. Fang Qingyan did not exude any sharpness or terrifying stance. However, Su Zimo, who was standing opposite him, felt chills run down his spine. Even with Yang Ruoxu in front of him, he could not get rid of that frightening feeling. This person was very strong. There was no wonder why he was the number one of the inner sect. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Yang Ruoxu's expression turned extremely grim as well, and he tensed up. He gripped his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. Senior Brother Fang, are you going to attack too? Yang Ruoxu glared at Fang Qingyan fixedly, without daring to be distracted. Don't be nervous. Fang Qingyan waved it off with an indifferent expression. Indeed, life and death battles are not allowed on the sword discourse arena. However, you'll have to pay with your life for breaking the academy rules and killing Junior Brother Peng. This matter isn't. Yang Ruoxu explained. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Fang Qingyan. I don't want to hear any cause or reason. What I saw was that on the sword discourse arena, you and Junior Brother Peng had already fought to the death and broke the academy rules. The academy rules alone are enough to justify your death. Yang Ruoxu had just spoken. Fang Qingyan interrupted him once more and said, Junior Brother Yang, I'll give you a chance now to fight me fair and square. If you win, I won't cause trouble for you in the future. You'll die no matter what. At the very least, I'll give you a dignified death in front of the disciples of the academy. Fufu. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed and said, Senior Brother Fang, you make it sound like a fair opportunity. However, Senior Brother Yang has just fought against Peng Yu and Tang Peng. He has expended a lot of energy. How is that fair? Chapter 2179. 2179 Appearance of the Elders. 2179 Appearance of the Elders. You're an outer sect disciple. There's no room for you to speak here. Get lost. After Su Zimo said that, Fang Qingyan was expressionless. Before he could reply, Tang Peng could not help but stand out and berate. Huh? Su Zimo burst into laughter and asked again, why? Senior Brother Fang can take advantage of others, but nobody is allowed to say anything about it? In the academy, even inner sect disciples would not dare to say such words in front of Fang Qingyan. The cultivators were shocked, and their expressions changed. After Fang Qingyan appeared, he had a calm expression the entire time. However, at that moment, his expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo noticed Fang Qingyan's gaze and was even more certain. Fong Qingyun's words and actions earlier on exuded a domineering aura. As the number one of the inner sect, he was definitely extremely conceited and valued his reputation. Now that everyone was watching, he had no choice but to compromise even if he wanted to take revenge for Pang Yu as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he won, it would be an unfair victory because he took advantage of the situation. In the inner sect and academy, his reputation would be greatly affected. Indeed, Fong Qingyun took a deep breath and said slowly, "Junior Brother Yang, I'll give you time to recuperate. I'll wait here. Once you recover, we'll fight." This battle was inevitable. Yang Ruoxu did not explain further, and merely cupped his fists before assuming a lotus position. Su Zimo had already achieved his goal. The reason why he stood out and said that was to buy time. One was time for Yang Ruoxu to recuperate, while the other was time for Heaven and Earth Academy to react. If it was long enough and this matter continued to escalate, it would definitely spread to the inner sect or even legacy disciples, attracting even higher-ranking disciplinary elders of the academy to uphold justice. Fong Qingyun was only the number one of the inner sect. Su Zimo did not believe that Fong Qingyun could do anything he wanted in the academy just because of that. "What's your name?" Just as Su Zimo was pondering, he suddenly felt two sharp gazes shoot over as Fong Qingyun's voice sounded leisurely. "Su Zimo." Su Zimo said frankly with a calm expression. "Oh." Fong Qingyun raised his brow slightly. "So it's you." At that moment, Tang Peng and Yan Bingying descended on the sword discourse arena and stood behind Fong Qingyun. Yan Bingying glared at Su Zimo coldly, without concealing the disdain in her eyes. "So, another lowlife. It's no wonder why he doesn't know how to behave." Right then, a few figures sped over from the direction of the inner sect. Their leader was an old man. Although the badge on his waist was also an inner sect badge, his aura was powerful and even surpassed Fong Qingyun and the others. Unexpectedly, the old man in the lead should be a perfected immortal. The outer sect disciplinary elders were mostly grade 1 and 2 heaven immortals. That way, they would have sufficient strength and methods to enforce the law in the outer sect. Su Zimo thought to himself, if that's the case, there's a high chance that this perfected immortal old man is inner sect disciplinary elder, Elder Jian. Right then, Yang Ruoxu opened his eyes and murmured softly when he saw who it was. Tang Peng and Yan Bingying frowned slightly when they saw Elder Jian. Fong Qingyun was still expressionless as he looked at Su Zimo deeply. He had gradually realized that Su Zimo's provocation earlier on was most likely to buy time for others from the academy to arrive. What happened? After arriving, Elder Jian surveyed his surroundings and finally looked at everyone on the sword discourse arena, asking in a deep voice. Junior Brother Pang was killed by Yang Ruoxu on the sword discourse arena. Elder Jian, tell me, should he pay with his life? Tang Peng stood out first and shouted. Elder Jian glanced at Pang Yu's corpse and his pupils constricted as he murmured, "The power of time!" Pang Yu was not an ordinary disciple. He was one of the top 5 paragons of the inner sect. Furthermore, his background was rather noble. His family was an extremely famous and powerful faction in Divine Firmament Mainland. Pang Yu's death in Heaven and Earth Academy was not a small matter. Yang Ruoxu, what do you have to say for yourself? Elder Jian questioned in a deep voice. All these years, for some unknown reason, the upper echelons of the academy thought highly of Yang Ruoxu of the inner sect. Under normal circumstances, Yang Ruoxu would not be ranked number 1 in the inner sect according to his background, combat strength, talent, and any other aspects. Although Yang Ruoxu was the only one in the academy who chose to cultivate the extremely difficult Righteousness Sutra, the disadvantage of this cultivation technique was immense, and it was not the top cultivation technique in the academy. It was difficult to justify their high regards of him if it was just because of that single fact. Elder Jian only knew one thing. When one cultivated the Righteousness Sutra, they cultivated passion and righteousness. Everything they did had to be done with a clear conscience. Otherwise, the power of this cultivation technique would be greatly reduced, and one would enter qi deviation. Although there were many disciples in the academy, no one would choose this cultivation technique. Who could guarantee that they would have a clear conscience throughout their lives? Who could guarantee that they had never killed an innocent person in their entire life of cultivation without any selfishness? Therefore, when Tang Peng said that, Elder Jin knew that there was definitely more to it. Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice, this matter began with an outer sect steward who pocketed the essence spirit stones of an outer sect disciple. When Elder Teng sparred with junior brother Su on the sword discourse arena, Elder Teng was no match for him. Coupled with senior brother Peng's instigation, he used an essence spirit secret skill. Most of the people present knew the entire story. This was the first time that Fang Qingyin, Tang Peng, Yan Bingying, and the others knew the actual details. Tang Ping and Yan Bingying looked terrible. If it was as Yang Ruoxu had said, be it Elder Tang or Peng Yu, they were in the wrong as they had violated the Academy's rules by releasing killing moves first on the sword discourse arena. Under such circumstances, Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo's actions were merely in defense. In other words, according to the Academy's rules, Elder Tang and Peng Yu deserved to die. Tang Peng harumphed coldly and said, "You'll naturally choose to say things that are beneficial to you. How can we trust your words?" Actually, even Tang Peng himself did not have much confidence when he said those words. Everyone knew that Yang Ruoxu cultivated the Righteousness Sutra. If he were to spout nonsense, it would definitely result in huge problems for his cultivation. Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice, "I can make a Tao oath swearing that if I had exaggerated or lied, I'll definitely be punished by the heavens." Tang Peng pouted and did not say anything more. Right from the beginning, Fang Qingyin did not express anything. He knew in his heart that with the arrival of the inner sect disciplinary elders, his words no longer carried much weight. If he wanted to turn the situation around, he would have to rely on someone more powerful. Elder Jian looked around and already understood the situation. If Yang Ruoxu was lying about something that happened in front of everyone, someone would have stood out to refute him. The scene before him proved that Yang Ruoxu was not wrong. Elder Jian coughed gently. Just as he was about to announce the decision on how to deal with this matter, a voice sounded above everyone's heads. Why is it so lively in the outer sect? Chapter 2180. 2180 Meeting You Hua Again. 2180 Meeting You Hua Again. The cultivators below were alarmed and looked up instinctively. An auspicious cloud floated above everyone's heads, and 7 to 8 figures stood on it. There were men and women with jade sect badges hung on their waists that fluttered slightly. The expressions of the cultivators changed. Nobody below realized when the auspicious cloud above their heads had floated over. Judging from the jade sect badges on their waists, these cultivators on the auspicious cloud were legacy disciples. Legacy disciples of the Academy had appeared. Under normal circumstances, outer sect disciples of the Academy would not have the chance to come into contact with legacy disciples, let alone look up at them at such a close distance. On the auspicious cloud, a man in a moon-colored white robe stood with his hands behind his back. His black hair fluttered, and he had an indifferent expression, looking carefree and independent. The other cultivators stood behind him like stars surrounding the moon. The white-robed man's body was tall and straight. Just by standing casually on the auspicious cloud, he was like an unsheathed sword that could slice the firmaments into two. Many cultivators had complicated expressions in their eyes. There was respect, envy, fear, and excitement. Nobody noticed that Su Zimo, who was on the sword discourse arena, averted his gaze instinctively and lowered his head slightly when he saw that person. Many outer sect disciples did not recognize who the legacy disciples on the auspicious cloud were. However, Su Zimo recognized the white-robed man leading them. Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Back then, a pure yang spirit treasure appeared on the Dragon Abyss Star and attracted 3 perfected immortals. One of them was Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was on the auspicious cloud. At that time, Su Zimo was only a mere black immortal, and Sword Immortal Yu Hua might not remember him. However, he remembered Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Initially, the reason why Su Zimo did not want to join Heaven and Earth Academy was because he was worried that something might happen if they interacted. He had not expected to encounter Sword Immortal Yu Hua again after joining the Academy for less than 1,000 years. When Yang Ruoxu saw Sword Immortal Yu Hua in the lead, a look of worry flashed through his eyes. On the other side, Fong Qingyun's lips curled. On the auspicious cloud, Sword Immortal Yu Hua had not been looking over the entire time. He stood on the cloud and looked into the distance, as though he was not interested no matter how lively the outer sect was. A man walked down from the auspicious cloud. Elder Jian hurried forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Brother Shao." Although he was a perfected immortal, he was only at the convergence realm, and his cultivation realm could not compare to the person before him, Shaoli. Furthermore, although inner sect disciplinary elders possessed immense authority, they could not control legacy disciples. Therefore, almost all the legacy disciples in the academy had a higher status than the inner sect disciplinary elders. "What's going on? Why are there so many people?" Shaoli asked. Just as Elder Jian was about to speak, Fong Qingyun, Tang Peng, and Yan Bingying welcomed him and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Brother Shao." "Oh, Qingyun, it's you guys." Shao Li seemed to be extremely familiar with Fong Qingyun and the others. He nodded slightly and smiled. "You guys have to cultivate well and condense your Tao fruits as soon as possible to become perfected immortals. We're waiting for you guys in the academy." Su Zimo had once heard from Princess Scarlet Rainbow that be it the outer or inner sect, neither was the true academy of Heaven and Earth Academy. The true academy was where legacy disciples cultivated. That was the true paradise. When Su Zimo saw how familiar Fong Qingyun and the other 2 were with Shaoli, he knew that things would not go well. Upon hearing Shao Li's words, Fong Qingyun smiled and nodded as well. "Don't worry, Senior Brother Shao. Once I obtain the number 1 of the Heaven ranking for the Academy at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet, I'll definitely condense a Tao fruit and break through to the perfected immortal realm. At that time, I'll have to seek your guidance, Senior Brother Shao. My cultivation is not enough." Shao Li shook his head and looked in the direction of the auspicious cloud with a smile. "If you guys become legacy disciples, Senior Brother Yu Hua will naturally be the one to guide you." Fong Qingyun, Tang Peng, Yan Bingying, and the others were delighted. Right then, Fong Qingyun sighed and shook his head. "Unfortunately, Junior Brother Peng can no longer join us." "Junior Brother Peng." Shao Li frowned slightly. "Junior Brother Peng Yu." Gritting his teeth, Tang Peng glared at Yang Ruoxu and said hatefully, "Junior Brother Peng was killed by that low-life Yang Ruoxu on the Sword Discourse Arena." Yang Ruoxu. When he heard that name, Shao Li's expression changed, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Instinctively, he looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua on the auspicious cloud. Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not turn around still. However, the sharpness on his body seemed to have intensified and turned colder. Shao Li understood and turned to look at Yang Ruoxu, saying coldly, "Since you killed someone on the Sword Discourse Arena, you naturally have to pay with your life." The moment he said that, Yang Ruoxu felt a chilling intent envelop him. It was as though a calamity was about to descend on him the next moment. He was already targeted by the killing intent of a perfected immortal expert. Cough, cough. Gulping. Elder Jian coughed and probed carefully. Senior Brother Shao, there's actually more to this matter. The reason is, I don't care if there's anything more to things. Shao Li waved his hand and said in a deep voice, all I know is that Junior Brother Peng Yu was killed by this person on the sword discourse arena. I have to seek redress for Junior Brother Peng. After saying that, the killing intent in Shao Li's eyes had already accumulated to its peak and he could attack at any moment. Su Zimo had a grim expression and clenched his fists. Peng Yu was killed by his fleeting moment. Yang Ruoxu was taking the blame for him for this matter. Yang Ruoxu had cultivated in the academy for many years and definitely knew about the many situations in the academy. He only told Su Zimo not to admit it because he expected this to happen. But now that Yang Ruoxu was about to die in Shao Li's hands, Su Zimo could no longer hold in. He could not let Yang Ruoxu die for him. Su Zimo strode forward and said in a deep voice, Peng Yu. Silence. Su Zimo had just said 2 words when Yang Ruoxu's voice sounded in his consciousness. It was vast and righteous, causing his head to buzz, and he could not finish his sentence. Yang Ruoxu shifted slightly and blocked Su Zimo behind him. He looked at Shao Li, who was in midair, fearlessly and shouted, Senior Brother Shao, Junior Brother Peng, did die on the sword discourse arena. However, he tried to kill his fellow sect mates first. You disregarded the Academy's rules and wanted to kill me right away without uncovering the truth beforehand. Aren't you afraid of the Academy punishing you? What a glib tongue. Shao Li's expression was cold as he said icily, How dare a lowlife who is a mere inner sect disciple threaten me? Let's see who in the Academy can punish me for killing you today. With that said, Shao Li released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure and descended, locking onto Yang Ruoxu's figure to prevent him from teleporting away. At the same time, Shao Li extended his palm and true essence condensed. A gigantic true essence palm materialized and slapped down in Yang Ruoxu's direction mercilessly with a terrifying might. Chapter 2181 2181 Appearance of Mo Qing. 2181 Appearance of Mo Qing. Crack, crack, crack. Just as the true essence palm was about to descend on Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo's heads, it was suddenly covered by a layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, it froze into ice and stopped in midair. Shao Li's expression changed starkly. The cold qi spread rapidly along his true essence to his arm. A layer of bone-chilling ice crystals formed on his entire arm, and the bloodline in his arm froze instantly. What was even more frightening was that the cold aura did not show any signs of stopping and followed his arm, wanting to engulf his entire body. Ah! Shao Li growled and retreated. A ball of light shone behind his head as he channeled his Tao fruit, and all the true essence in his body surged towards his frozen arm. Boom! The ice on Shao Li's arm shattered and he was out of danger. However, Shao Li's expression turned extremely terrible and pale. His body trembled slightly, and every breath he took was filled with cold air. It was clear that he was injured. Right then, everyone realized that a snow-white butterfly had flown out of nowhere and was dancing around Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo on the sword discourse arena. Most of the outer sect disciples did not know the origin of the butterfly. However, Shao Li and the other legacy disciples frowned. Even Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was standing on the clouds and seemed like he was not involved the entire time, had a change in expression. He glanced sideways in the direction of the sword discourse arena. Little butterfly, where did you go? Right then, the voice of a woman sounded from afar. It was gentle and charming with a hint of anxiety and worry. When he heard that voice, the sharpness of Sword Immortal Yu Hua's body suddenly lessened and a gentle look appeared in his eyes. Before long, a graceful woman in a long dress strode over. Her black hair was tied into a bun. Although she wore light makeup, her beautiful eyes were extremely moving and sparkled with every glance. The moment the woman appeared, the clamor of the outer sect quietened down. Almost everyone's gazes were attracted by this woman. Just by standing in midair, it was as though she was one with the surrounding mountains, rivers, and plants, forming an ancient ink painting with a distant intent that was natural. Many cultivators forgot to breathe and did not dare to speak. It was as though anyone who made a single sound would break the mental state before them and destroy the beautiful painting. Painting immortal Mo Ching. Su Zimo had seen Fairy Mo Ching once during the immortal sect selection. But now that he was seeing Fairy Mo Ching for the second time, he still felt a sense of amazement. In terms of looks alone, Fairy Mo Ching might not be the most beautiful woman he had ever met. At the very least, she could not compare to Consort Yu. However, Fairy Mo Ching exuded a unique aura that made one's heart flutter. Her existence was a perfect painting to begin with. Actually, when he saw the snow-white butterfly appear, Su Zimo had already guessed that Fairy Mo Ching should be nearby. In everyone's eyes, the ice butterfly seemed to be dancing around Yang Ruoxu. However, in reality, Yang Ruoxu was standing together with Su Zimo. Su Zimo had a feeling that the appearance of the ice butterfly seemed to be because of him. "Junior sister, why are you here?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua moved and welcomed her with a smile. "Senior brother Yu Hua." Fairy Mo Ching nodded slightly and said, "For some reason, Little Butterfly suddenly ran out. I was worried that it would get into trouble, so I chased after it. Junior brother Xiao, is your arm all right?" Fairy Mo Ching looked at Xiao Li, who was not far away, and asked softly, It's fine." Xiao Li glanced at Sword Immortal Yu Hua and chuckled dryly. Fairy Mo Ching's gaze landed on the ice butterfly on the sword discourse arena. She frowned slightly and chided softly, "Little butterfly, you're injuring people recklessly again. What are you waiting for? Come on back." All the legacy disciples of the academy knew that this ice butterfly was Fairy Mo Ching's immortal pet. Usually it would not leave Fairy Mo Ching's side and would only listen to her. The strange thing was that when it heard Fairy Mo Ching summoned today, the ice butterfly did not return immediately and continued flying around Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo. When he saw that, a dark look flashed through the depths of Sword Immortal Yu Hua's eyes. At that moment, Fairy Mo Ching noticed Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo as well and discovered the abnormality of the situation. "What happened here?" Fairy Mo Ching asked. Elder Jian coughed gently. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chilling intent, like a sharp sword hovering around his neck, and could not help but shudder. His gaze shifted to Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was in midair. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was expressionless and remained silent, merely glancing at him indifferently. However, with that single glance, Elder Jian knew that Sword Immortal Yu Hua was warning him. Although he was an inner sect disciplinary elder, be it in terms of cultivation or status, he was far inferior to Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was one of the top 3 legacy disciples of the academy. Elder Jian sighed internally and remained silent. When Xiao Li saw Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression, he understood and smiled. "Senior sister Mo Ching, it's nothing much. It's just a small conflict between the outer sect disciples. They can handle it themselves." "Oh." Fairy Mo Ching nodded. Su Zimo looked at Yang Ruoxu. At that moment, Yang Ruoxu lowered his head and remained silent. In fact, he did not even look at Fairy Mo Ching, as though he had no intention of defending himself. Su Zimo was puzzled. The appearance of Fairy Mo Ching was Yang Ruoxu's only chance. Why did he not defend himself? Before long, Su Zimo thought of something and was enlightened. There were already many rumors between Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Mo Ching. At that moment, if Yang Ruoxu were to stand out and defend himself and seek help from Fairy Emoching, it would be difficult to explain things between the two of them, and the rumors would spread further. The reason why Yang Ruoxu remained silent was because he was worried about Fairy Emoching's reputation. Anyone could speak up for this matter except Yang Ruoxu. At that thought, Su Zimo stood out. Everyone else was stunned by the might of Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the others, and did not dare to say anything, worried that they would offend the legacy disciples. However, Su Zimo was not afraid. Since Yang Ruoxu helped him with this matter, he would definitely not let Yang Ruoxu endure the pressure of Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the others alone. Furthermore, there was already a conflict between him and Sword Immortal Yu Hua since a long time ago. "Greetings, senior sister Emoching." Su Zimo cupped his fists and said loudly, "I was the cause of this matter, initially, under the murderous gazes of Sword Immortal Yu Hua." Xiao Li and the others, Su Zimo recounted the entire incident fearlessly. The more Xiao Li and the others listened, the uglier their expressions became. The few of them wished that they could cripple Su Zimo right away. However, with Fairy Emoching present, no one could attack. Even Sword Immortal Yu Hua began to retract his sharpness. Fairy Emoching looked at Su Zimo on the sword discourse arena and gradually recalled that this green-robed scholar was the cultivator she saved from the immortal sect selection 1,000 years ago. This person sure is bold. He even dares to stand out and tell the truth despite being under the pressure of senior brother Yu Hua and the others. Although Fairy Emoching's expression was indifferent, she praised internally. Chapter 2182. 2182 Jealous Killing Intent. 2182 Jealous Killing Intent. Sword Immortal Yu Hua looked at the calm and fearless outer sect disciple on the sword discourse arena and frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the green-robed cultivator looked familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. However, he could not recall anything at the moment. "Senior sister Emoching." After Su Zimo finished speaking, he bowed once more and said in a deep voice, "Everyone present witnessed the entire situation and can testify for me. I believe that the Academy will naturally judge whether it's right or wrong. Senior sister Emoching, please report this matter to the Academy and uphold justice." Su Zimo's request was rather ingenious. He did not ask Fairy Emoching for help directly to clash head-on with Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the others. Instead, he asked her to help report it to the Academy. Fairy Emoching nodded slightly and said, "All right, I'll relay the message to the Academy now." Xiao Li and the others looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua inquiringly. Sword Immortal Yu Hua shook his head gently. When Fairy Emoching appeared, he had already realized that this matter would most likely be left unsettled. "I already know about this." Suddenly, an extremely dignified voice sounded above the outer sect. "Third Elder." When they heard that voice, the expressions of Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Fairy Emoching, and the others changed as they bowed slightly in the direction of the Academy. The third elder of the Academy was in charge of all punishments and was the true disciplinary elder of the Academy. Even legacy disciples of the Academy would have to be punished if they violated the rules. Chen Sheng and Lu Wenbin will be demoted to be servants of the Academy and will not be able to join the outer sect for the rest of their lives. The third elder did not waste his breath and announced the punishment for this matter directly. This was an extremely severe punishment for Chen Sheng and Lu Wenbin. Although they were not kicked out of the Academy, the two of them could only be servants of Heaven and Earth Academy for the rest of their lives and cultivate at the bottom of the Academy. Chen Sheng and Lu Wenbin's faces were ashen. Initially, Lu Wenbin was in the top 20 of the outer sect competition. However, in the blink of an eye, he had fallen to the bottom and was reduced to a servant. The two of them had not expected this matter to turn out like this. Even legacy disciples and disciplinary elders of the Academy were alarmed. The fight between Teng Yin and Su Zimo on the sword discourse arena was originally a normal spar. However, Teng Yin was instigated to use his essence, spirit, secret skill, and made the first move. He was killed instead and deserved to die. Pang Yu instigated Teng Yin first before disregarding sect rules to attack Su Zimo on the sword discourse arena. He was killed by Yang Ruoxu and deserved it. Many cultivators understood when they heard that. Today's matter was already decided, and Elder Ting and Pang Yu would die without getting anything in return. Tang Ping and Yan Bingying looked terrible. On the other hand, Fang Qingyun's expression was calm and emotionless. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. Although this matter attracted Fang Qingyun, Xiao Li, Sword Immortal Yu Hua, and the others, the academy was fair. At the very least, it did not show any bias or suppress others with its might. Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo are innocent. There's no need for any punishment. Everyone, please leave. The third elder's final statement could be considered as the conclusion. Little butterfly, what are you waiting for? Fairy Mo Qing frowned slightly and hollered at the ice butterfly on the sword discourse arena. This time round, the ice butterfly hesitated for a moment and circled around Su Zimo before flapping its wings and flying towards Fairy Mo Qing. Fairy Mo Qing did not stay for long, nor did she look at Yang Ruoxu or Su Zimo. She turned to leave with the ice butterfly. Senior brother. Xiao Li and the others looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua and called out softly, "Let's go too." Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression changed, and the auspicious cloud beneath his feet floated away from the outer sect of the academy. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the line of sight of many cultivators. After leaving the academy, Xiao Li harumphed coldly with a displeased expression and grumbled, "It's all the third elder's fault. There's no need for him to step in for such small matters of the outer sect." Sword Immortal Yu Hua remained silent with a dark expression. Senior brother, senior sister Mo Qing's appearance this time round should be a coincidence, right? Xiao Li probed. Another person shook his head. Once might be a coincidence, but twice. At that point, Sword Immortal Yu Hua paused for a moment and narrowed his eyes, revealing a sharp killing intent. Initially, although Sword Immortal Yu Hua was displeased when he heard the rumors about Fairy Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu, he did not take it seriously. In his eyes, Yang Ruoxu was only someone from the lower worlds. As an inner sect disciple, his cultivation was only at the grade 9 heaven immortal realm. The difference between painting immortal Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu was way too great. It was like heaven and earth. How could junior sister Mo Qing fancy Yang Ruoxu? Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not take Yang Ruoxu as an opponent at all and did not take him seriously at all. However, this time round, Sword Immortal Yu Hua could not help but suspect something. It was no secret in Heaven and Earth Academy that he was courting Fairy Mo Qing. At the very least, many legacy disciples knew about this. However, Fairy Mo Qing had not agreed to it all these years. Perhaps it was because she was obsessed with the Tao of painting or some other reason. Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not give up either. Although many people in the academy admired Fairy Mo Qing, not many people dared to court her openly. Nobody dared to offend Sword Immortal Yu Hua or taste his moon essence, sword casually. Today, Sword Immortal Yu Hua felt personally threatened. In his eyes, that inner sect disciple who is not worth mentioning seemed to truly have an indescribable relationship with junior sister Mo Qing. Mo Qing had a quiet personality and was obsessed with the Tao of painting. She disliked fighting and conflicts. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely not appear at an occasion like the Immortal Sect selection. However, 1,000 years ago, Mo Qing appeared in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and saved Yang Ruoxu. It was the same today. There was another piece of evidence. The ice butterfly only listened to Mo Qing's orders. Sword Immortal Yu Hua had never seen the ice butterfly so close to anyone. However, today the ice butterfly had been circling around young Ruoxu the entire time. Could the two of them have already developed to such an extent that the ice butterfly has acknowledged young Ruoxu? At the thought of this, Sword Immortal Yu Hua's jealousy burned and turned into endless hatred. Fu. Suddenly, Sword Immortal Yu Hua smiled and said, "Very good. I wasn't bothered by the rumors previously. However, this time round, I'll let you understand something. No one can dream about laying their hands on anyone that I fancy. Senior brother, what do you think we should do?" Shao Li made a beheading gesture and asked in a deep voice, "Should we kill him directly?" No. Sword Immortal Yu Hua shook his head and revealed a cold smile. "Isn't it too easy on him to kill him directly? I'm going to turn him into a cripple, a complete cripple." "No problem." Shao Li nodded. Sword Immortal Yu Hua sneered and murmured, "Junior sister, I really don't know what you like about him. This time round, we'll see whether you will still fancy him when he becomes a cripple." Fu. A sinister and cold laughter sounded from the gentle breeze like a fiend from hell. Shao Li and the other disciples of the academy could not help but shudder. Chapter 2183. 2183 Pang Clan. 2183 Pang Clan. Heaven and Earth Academy. After this matter, many cultivators gradually dispersed. However, the shock and impact caused by this matter would continue for a long time in the academy. After Su Zimo joined the outer sect, he entered seclusion and cultivated, almost never appearing. This time round, almost all the outer sect disciples knew that there was a ruthless person among them who killed a disciplinary elder in front of everyone. He alarmed inner sect disciples and legacy disciples one after another, but managed to escape unscathed. Although he had only exchanged blows with Elder Ting once, he was already famous in the academy. On the sword discourse arena, Su Zimo bowed deeply to Yang Ruoxu and said sincerely, "Thank you for your help, Senior Brother Yang. Actually, Elder Tang and Pang Yu were both killed by Su Zimo on the sword discourse arena. If Yang Ruoxu had not taken all the pressure for him, he would most likely have been killed by Tang Peng and the others before the legacy disciples appeared." "You don't have to thank me." Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently. "Actually, this calamity of yours was related to me to begin with. Elder Tang was on good terms with Feng Qingyun and the others. Actually, he wanted to target me. However, you were implicated." Su Zimo frowned and asked, "I can see that they have a relatively deep feud with you, Senior Brother Yang. Is it just because you are from the lower worlds?" "That's only one of the reasons." Yang Ruoxu pondered for a moment and said, "In the academy, things are all right in the outer sect. The fights between disciples are not so obvious. However, there are many internal strifes between inner sect disciples and legacy disciples of the academy. All these years, I can't compare to Feng Qingyun and the others in terms of talent, background, and combat strength. However, I represented the academy to host the immortal sect selection. Naturally, everyone was displeased. There's another reason." At that point, Yang Ruoxu suddenly paused and shook his head, not continuing. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and understood. The reason was most likely because of painting immortal Mo Qing. The rumors 1,000 years ago pushed Yang Ruoxu and fairy Mo Qing to the center of the storm. The disciples of the academy naturally did not dare to criticize fairy Mo Qing. However, their hostility towards Yang Ruoxu deepened. Furthermore, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was courting fairy Mo Qing. Even if Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not take the initiative to target Yang Ruoxu, there would probably be people targeting the latter in order to please him. Or rather, no one in the academy dared to stand on the side of Yang Ruoxu. Siding with Yang Ruoxu meant going against Sword Immortal Yu Hua. After today, the situation would only get more obvious. Yang Ruoxu would be completely isolated in the academy. Try not to have any interactions with me in the academy from now on, Yang Ruoxu suddenly said. Although his expression was calm, there was a hint of loneliness in the depths of his eyes. Senior Brother Yang. Su Zimo called out softly. Just as he was about to console Yang Ruoxu, the latter patted him on the shoulder and smiled. You're very good, and your methods are decent. That time divine power was truly amazing. However, try not to release it in front of others in the future. At the very least, don't reveal this divine power before you cultivate to the heaven immortal realm. Su Zimo was puzzled and asked, The elders of the academy have already come to a conclusion regarding today's matter. Could there be anyone in the academy who dares to take revenge in private? Naturally, no one in the academy would dare to seek revenge in private. Yang Ruoxu said, however, Pang Yu's background is rather noble. In the divine firmament immortal domain, the Pang clan is considered as a major immortal Dao clan with a long history. Although they can't compare to the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects, the foundation and strength of the Pang clan are not to be underestimated. There are many paragons in the clan, and there's even an immortal king holding down the fort. They're not to be trifled with. Pang Yu is a direct descendant of the Pang clan. The Pang clan will definitely not let this matter rest. Su Zimo finally understood when he heard that. Previously, Yang Ruoxu asked him not to admit it not only because he was worried about the pressure from the academy, but also the threat of the Pang clan outside the academy. Initially, those threats were going to land on him. But now, Yang Ruoxu took on everything alone. Yang Ruoxu looked at Su Zimo's worried eyes and suddenly smiled. You don't have to worry. Although the Pang clan is powerful, they won't dare to cause trouble for me in the academy. Once I break through and condense my Dao fruit, become a perfected immortal, and become a legacy disciple of the academy, they might not dare to touch me even outside the academy. No matter which faction they were in, perfected immortal disciples were core existences with the protection of immortal kings. Senior Brother Yang, you're amazing. Right then, Princess Scarlet Rainbow sped over and landed on the sword discourse arena. She bowed to Yang Ruoxu and praised. When he saw the outsider, Yang Ruoxu did not continue discussing this matter. He looked at Su Zimo and said, The 10,000-year meet is about to begin, and you have yet to reach the peak of grade 9. I'm afraid there will be a tough battle for the Earth ranking. Don't think that you can easily obtain the top of the Earth ranking just because you killed more than 100 Earth execution guards at the Immortal Sect selection single-handedly. Many paragons and monster incarnates will appear at the 10,000-year meet to fight for the number 1 of the Earth ranking. Their methods might not lose to yours. You must not be careless. Su Zimo nodded. Suddenly a figure flashed through his mind, and he asked, Will Yun Ting be there? Prince Yun Ting of the Zixien Immortal Kingdom. Yang Ruoxu was no stranger to that name and shook his head. He won't go. According to the news I received, he has already cultivated to become a heaven immortal. So fast! A look of shock flashed through Su Zimo's eyes before turning into regret. Noticing Su Zimo's gaze, Yang Ruoxu could not help but ask, You actually feel a little regretful when you heard that Prince Yun Ting will not be taking part in the fight for the Earth ranking? Are you viewing him as a rival? Yes. Su Zimo nodded. There will be a battle between us sooner or later. He possessed the heaven and earth slaying sword arts. Yun Ting possessed the human slaying sword art. Both of them wanted to snatch the other's sword art and fuse the 3 great sword arts. Impressive. You have the courage to view Yun Ting as a rival. Yang Ruoxu nodded slightly. Who will lead us to the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom for the Earth ranking this time round? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. He had already formed a feud with Fang Qingyin and the others. If Fang Qingyin led the group, it was difficult to guarantee that nothing would go wrong. You don't have to worry about that. Yang Ruoxu said, the elders of the inner sect will be bringing you guys there this time round. What you have to do is to do your best to obtain the number 1 of the Earth ranking. Pausing for a moment, Yang Ruoxu continued, right, there will be an additional reward for the number 1 in the academy. The secret pavilion in the academy contains many cultivation techniques, secret skills, divine powers, and immortal arts. However, one will require contribution points from the sect if they want to browse through the secret pavilion and borrow anything to cultivate. However, if you obtain the number 1 of the Earth ranking, you can enter the Earth grade secret pavilion and browse through all the secret skills and cultivation techniques without restrictions. Su Zimo's eyes lit up when he heard that. Chapter 2184. 2184 Chance Encounter in the Capital. 2184 Chance Encounter in the Capital. For others, they did not have the time and energy to cultivate too many cultivation techniques and divine powers. If any other cultivator obtained the reward for being the top of the Earth ranking, they would have to choose the best cultivation techniques and secret skills in the Earth grade secret pavilion to cultivate. However, it was different for Su Zimo. The martial Tao prime body was deducing the next step of the cultivation dermic formulation and would not reject any cultivation techniques or secret skills. He did not need to cultivate and merely used the martial Tao furnace to smelt all the cultivation techniques and secret skills to search for what he needed and inspiration. No matter what, Su Zimo was determined to get to the top of the Earth ranking this time round. After a period of cultivation, the Academy activated the teleportation formation when it was close to the 10,000-year meet. 3 heaven immortal elders of the Academy led Su Zimo, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, and dozens of others to the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom through the teleportation formation. If they were flying normally, the distance between the 2 places would be far. Even a grade 9 heaven immortal would require a few years to reach the capital of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. However, using the teleportation formation, it only took dozens of breaths. Su Zimo and the others felt their vision go adrift, as though countless shadows were passing by. They felt a sense of weightlessness, as though their bodies were being pulled and twisted. Thereafter, everyone landed on the ground, and everything returned to normal. The moment everyone arrived at the capital of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, they could clearly sense that this place was different from the Academy. The temperature here was much higher than in the Academy and was a little stuffy. Everywhere was a fiery red. All the structures were made of red bricks, and some of them were even burning with thin flames that lasted for a long time. The Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom was filled with flames everywhere. I'm back. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow returned, she took a deep breath with a satisfied expression. She had lived in the capital since she was young and was long used to the environment here. Greetings, fellow Taoists. After everyone from the Academy appeared, guards near the teleportation formation walked over quickly and cupped their fists. The guards wore fiery red armor that emitted a scorching heat, like metal plates. The guards swept their gazes across the waists of Su Zimo and the others and recognized their backgrounds. Fellow Taoists of Heaven and Earth Academy, you should be here for the 10,000-year meet, right? Prince Xieling has already instructed me to bring you guys to the palace to rest. A guard said in a deep voice. There's no need. Princess Scarlet Rainbow waved her hand. I can bring them there. Elder Zhong, Elder He, this is the first time everyone from the Academy is here. Let me show you guys around the capital. As for the resting palace, I know the location. I'll bring everyone there when the time comes. That works too. Elder Zhong nodded with a smile. Princess Scarlet Rainbow patted Su Zimo gently on the shoulder and teased. Let's go. I'm familiar with this place. I'll show you around the capital, kiddo. The other cultivators of the Academy were curious as well and agreed. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. When they walked out of the teleportation formation area and arrived on the streets of the capital, They could feel the clamor and bustle of the capital. Due to the 10,000-year meet, the capital was filled with cultivators from the divine firmament immortal domain. Most of them were earth immortals. Even so, the wide streets of the Yin-Yang immortal kingdom did not seem crowded. On both sides of the streets, cultivators from different sects and factions set up stalls, selling various items. This 10,000-year meet was an immortality cultivation event that happened once every 10,000 years in the divine firmament immortal domain. The fight for the earth ranking was only the main event. Most cultivators were not qualified to take part in the fight for the earth ranking. To them, the 10,000-year meet was more importantly a grand event for exchanges and transactions between cultivators. Princess Scarlet Rainbow led Su Zimo and the others along the main street of the capital while explaining some interesting places in the capital. Exalted Immortal, we were the ones who took a liking to this iron sword first. Furthermore, we've already paid essence spirit stones. How can you snatch it by force? Right then, a clamor came from the side of the street, not far ahead. Bullshit. Since when did our young master snatch your things? Someone cursed. Thereafter, there was a loud sound, as though someone had been slapped. The person continued cursing. Our young master gave you double the essence spirit stones, and you're still not satisfied? That slap is a lesson for you. Glancing over, Su Zimo suddenly frowned and paused. Something like this happened everywhere daily, and he had no intention of paying attention to it initially. However, he caught sight of someone familiar through the crowd. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw Su Zimo looking over, she said, "The person who hit him is from the Shui clan. In the divine firmament immortal domain, they are considered as a major immortal Dao clan. For every earth ranking, the Shui clan will have someone on it." Before Princess Scarlet Rainbow could finish, Su Zimo had already walked over. Everyone from the academy exchanged puzzled glances and followed suit. In the crowd, there were dozens of people from the Shui clan surrounding a young and handsome man. The person lowered his head slightly and scrutinized a rusty iron sword in his hands. In front of him was a slave-like cultivator. Although he was short, he had an overbearing attitude as he looked at the two people opposite him and gestured while cursing. The two people opposite him were a middle-aged man and a young man in ordinary robes. The middle-aged man was a grade 4 Earth Immortal, while the young man was only a grade 9 Black Immortal. Half of the young man's face was swollen, and there was a red palm print on it with blood seeping out. He glared at everyone from the Shui clan angrily. The middle-aged man had a worried expression and shielded the young man behind him, afraid that the latter would make a huge mistake out of impulse. "Hurry and pick up the essence spirit stones and leave. It's better to avoid trouble. The two of you are just ordinary cultivators of water, cloud sword sect. How can an unknown black grade sect compare to the Shui clan? Do you have a death wish? It's already not bad that young Master Shui is willing to give you essence spirit stones. Yet you're not satisfied?" The surrounding crowd discussed, some out of goodwill and some mocking. The middle-aged man sighed and squatted down slowly, reaching out to pick up a few essence spirit stones on the ground. Although the Shui clan had given them the essence spirit stones, they were thrown on the ground casually. Even if the middle-aged man was displeased, he could only endure it. The moment his palm touched an essence spirit stone, a foot stomped down at an extremely fast and powerful speed. Crack! He could not dodge in time, and his palm was snapped. Ugh! The middle-aged man grunted, and a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead instantly. He grit his teeth and trembled slightly. The servant of the Shui clan stepped forward and stomped on the middle-aged man's palm. Although he was only a servant of the Shui clan, his cultivation realm was at the level 6 Earth Essence realm and was 2 minor realms above the middle-aged man. "Father!" the young man exclaimed and took a few steps forward. He glared at the Shui clan servant opposite him and growled, "You dog, let go of my father!" "Xiao Tian, shut up!" The middle-aged man hollered before raising his head, slowly. He looked at the Shwe clan servant and squeezed out a smile. My child is too young and inexperienced. He doesn't know the rules. Exalted Immortal, please spare him this once. Chapter 2185. 2185 Name of the Academy. 2185 Name of the Academy. Initially, I had no intention of stooping to your level. All you had to do was scram over obediently and apologize to my young master. The Shwe clan servant stepped on the middle-aged man's palm and glared at the young man, not far away, coldly. However, you're a brat with a dirty mouth. How dare you scold me? Exalted Immortal, please calm down. Enduring the sharp pain in his palm, the middle-aged man forced a smile. We don't want these essence, spirit stones anymore. Take that iron sword as a gift for young Master Shwe as an apology. Exalted Immortal, please show mercy. Foo-foo. The Shwe clan servant smiled smugly and glared at the young man not far away, cursing, Brat, hurry and kneel down. Slap yourself. The young man's face was filled with rage, and his swollen cheeks were filled with blood that had already turned purplish. Brat, you're indignant. The Shwe clan servant cursed as he stomped on the middle-aged man's severed arm. The middle-aged man trembled in pain but remained silent. When he saw that, the young man's eyes were filled with tears and he could no longer hold on. Closing his eyes, he bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Suddenly, before the young man's knees touched the ground, he felt a tremendous resistance, lifting his body slowly. The young man was stunned and looked over instinctively. Unknowingly, someone had appeared beside him. This person had moved to help him up. The person had refined features and wore green robes. Although thousands of years had passed, the young man recognized him at a glance and exclaimed, Brother Su, it's you! Su Zimo nodded. The two of them had not seen each other for thousands of years, and Su Zimo's appearance had not changed much. However, Su Shaotian had already grown up. Those two were the former city lord of Dragon Abyss City, Su Shur and his child, Su Shaotian. At that time, when Su Zimo left the Dragon Abyss Star for Green Cloud County, it was Su Shur who pointed out the direction for him. Brother Su. Su Shur turned to look at Su Zimo, and a look of joy appeared on his pale face. Just as he said that, he realized something and changed his words hurriedly. Exalted Immortal Su, it's been a long time. Take your feet away. Su Zimo looked at the servant of the Shwe clan and said coldly, Why, you think that you can threaten me just because your cultivation realm is 2 levels higher than mine? When the Shwe clan servant checked that Su Zimo was a grade 8 Earth Immortal, he was not afraid at all and sneered, Why don't you open your eyes and see who you're talking to? How dare you provoke someone from the Shwe clan? Suddenly, a figure crossed 100 feet and arrived before the Shwe clan servant in the blink of an eye. The voice of the Shwe clan servant stopped abruptly. Immediately after, the figure of the Shwe clan servant was sent flying. While he was in midair, his heart exploded and an arrow of blood spurted out from his chest as the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. By the time the Shwe clan servant fell to the ground, his entire body was as soft as mud and his tendons and bones were shattered, turning his organs into a puddle of blood. His entire body was severely injured and completely crippled. It was only then that the surrounding crowd reacted and exclaimed. Many cultivators of the Shwe clan were alerted, and their palms landed on their storage bags, ready to summon their dermic treasures at any moment as they glared at Su Zimo with unfriendly expressions. Young Master Shwe, who was protected by everyone from the Shwe clan, frowned slightly as well and raised his head to look at Su Zimo. His gaze landed on the sect badge on Su Zimo's waist and paused for a moment. Su Zimo helped Su Shur up. Su Shur was not severely injured. Given his cultivation as an Earth Immortal, he would recover completely after recuperating for a while. However, it was different for the Shwe clan servant. His body was crippled by Su Zimo, leaving only a frightened essence spirit. He ran to young Master Shui and cried loudly, "Exalted Immortal, be careful. The Shui clan is powerful. Please don't be implicated because of us." Su Shi said, softly with a worried expression. He knew very well that even if everyone from his sect, Water Cloud Sword Sect, were here, they would not dare to offend young Master Shui, let alone the fact that Su Zimo was a grade 8 Earth Immortal. A single sentence from young Master Shui could raise the entire Water Cloud Sword Sect to the ground. "Young Master, you have to uphold justice for me." The essence spirit of the Shui clan servant dimmed as he ran over and lamented. "Although I'm only a dog of the Shui clan, those who want to attack me have to be wary of my masters. This person attacked me directly and disregarded your status." He's simply looking down on the Shui clan. Poof! Before the person could finish, young Master Shui suddenly waved the iron sword in his hands and sliced the person's essence spirit into two. The servant died on the spot with his essence spirit destroyed. Even till his death, this person had not expected that he would die in the hands of his master. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I'm Shui Yuan. My servant is blind and offended you, so I killed him for you. You don't have to stoop to his level, fellow Taoist." Young Master Shui cupped his fists toward Su Zimo and greeted with a smile. "How may I address you, fellow Taoist?" Shui Yuan's attitude surprised Su Shi and his son. Shui Yuan was a grade 9 Earth Immortal to begin with. Most of the Shui clan cultivators around him were also grade 8 or 9 Earth Immortals, and were extremely strong. Logically speaking, Shui Yuan should not show weakness. Many cultivators watching were puzzled as well and discussed softly. What's the background of this person to be able to make young Master Shui back down? The sect badge on that person's waist looks familiar. It seems to be Heaven and Earth Academy. Someone exclaimed. The moment those words were said, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 levels of waves, causing a huge reaction in the crowd. Heaven and Earth Academy of the 4 immortal sects. Disciples of the Academy have appeared. Su Shi and Su Shaotian were shocked. Although they had heard of the 4 immortal sects, such sects were way beyond their reach. Compared to Heaven and Earth Academy, the Water Cloud Sword Sect they were in was like an insignificant ant. Back in Dragon Abyss City, Su Shi could tell that Su Zimo had a lot of potential. However, he could not imagine that after just a few thousand years, the scholarly man had already joined Heaven and Earth Academy, one of the 4 immortal sects. Back in Dragon Abyss City, Su Shi's cultivation realm was even higher than Su Zimo's. But now, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. It was no wonder why Shui Yuan would have such an attitude. Although the Shui clan was a major immortal Dao clan with immense strength and a deep foundation, they were slightly inferior compared to Heaven and Earth Academy. Return that sword to them. Su Zimo did not reply to Shui Yuan's question. Instead, he pointed to the iron sword in Shui Yuan's hands. Shui Yuan frowned slightly with a hesitant expression before saying with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, I spent essence spirit stones to buy this sword. Even if you're a disciple of the Academy, you can't snatch it by force, right?" Naturally, the reason why he was here was to take part in the 10,000-year meet and fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. Given his methods and combat strength, he should be able to be ranked around 50 on the Earth ranking. Therefore, he was not afraid at all when he saw that Su Zimo was only a grade 8 Earth Immortal. More importantly, the Shui clan had produced an even more powerful paragon in this generation that was right behind him. The combat strength of this paragon could definitely be ranked in the top 20 of the Earth ranking. 2 Earth ranking experts, that was Shui Yuan's confidence. Chapter 2186. 2186 Thunderous Methods. 2186 Thunderous Methods. apart from the two potential Earth ranking experts. The reason why Shui Yuan dared to challenge a disciple of the Academy was because this was the capital of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. If a conflict was too serious, the capital guards would definitely come to maintain order. There was something strange about the Iron Sword. Since he had already obtained it, there was no reason for him to give it up. "Aren't you going to return it?" Su Zimo murmured softly with a calm tone. Shui Yuan smiled gently. Just as he was about to speak and continue beating around the bush, he felt his vision blur as a figure tore through the air with a suffocating aura. Su Zimo had already closed in and was less than a foot away. It was too fast. Earlier on, he was a refined and scholarly scholar. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into an ancient beast that could devour the world. His malevolent qi was almost corporeal as it surged over. Shui Yuan's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. He was fearful and his aura was suppressed instantly. This is bad. Shui Yuan's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he realized that he had lost the initiative and would definitely not be able to defend against Su Zimo's next attack. Retreat! Shui Yuan retreated rapidly. Before he could summon his dermic treasure, he conjured hand seals with both hands and channeled his spirit consciousness to condense divine powers. At the same time, a phantom-like figure appeared behind him, and his blood qi burst forth with the sound of a tsunami. He raised his fist and punched towards Su Zimo, who was approaching. It was Dou Yuan, the one who could potentially be ranked in the top 20 of the Earth ranking. Initially, Dou Yuan's background was ordinary. However, because of his outstanding talent, he was selected by the Shui clan and groomed intensively. Gradually, he became famous in the divine firmament immortal domain. After the fight for the Earth ranking this time round, the Shui clan was prepared to grant him the surname Shui. Scram! Su Zimo hollered and punched towards Dou Yuan's fist without even looking at him. Bang! The fists collided and the surrounding void shook. The sound of bones grinding echoed in an extremely jarring manner. Su Zimo paused for a moment and stomped on the ground, causing the long street to tremble. His speed increased once more as he chased after Shui Yuan. Dou Yuan's expression changed starkly as he retreated in succession. Every single step landed heavily on the long street, letting out reverberating echoes. "You're quite capable to be able to take a punch from me." Su Zimo brushed past Dou Yuan and said indifferently. Initially, Dou Yuan intended to knock Su Zimo back with his punch. However, he did not expect that his punch merely caused Su Zimo to pause for a moment. As for him, he was almost sent flying, and his tsunami blood qi was disrupted by Su Zimo's punch. The reason why he was thought to be able to be ranked in the top 20 of the Earth ranking was because he had a strong physique, shocking stamina, surging blood qi, and terrifying melee combat strength. However, he had not expected that he would be forced back by a single punch from a seemingly frail scholar today. When Dou Yuan saw Su Zimo rushing toward Shui Yuan, he wanted to step forward and save Shui Yuan. However, the moment he moved, he felt his chest churn. He hurriedly raised his sleeves and covered his face. Thereafter, he opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood that splattered on his sleeves. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Su Zimo, and no one saw that. Dou Yuan was shocked. He was injured with a single punch. Who was this academy disciple? On the other side, Su Zimo's speed was shocking, and he caught up to Shui Yuan, who was retreating in the blink of an eye. With a burning gaze, he extended his palm and condensed the great chaos essence palm to suppress the latter. Kill! Shui Yuan roared and released his greater divine power, the Azura Dao. At the same time, the Shui clan guards around him attacked one after another. Some of them summoned dermic treasures, some released immortal arts, and some condensed divine powers. Break! Against the surrounding dermic treasures, immortal arts, and divine powers, Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid and shouted. Although the voice was not as terrifying as the Dragon Roar secret skill, it contained the dermic formulation of the sound domain's secret skills, such as Thunderclap Kill. The expressions of the surrounding Shwe clan guards changed. The divine powers and immortal arts that were just condensed dissipated. The dermic treasures that were summoned fell from midair as well. The guards had pained expressions and hugged their heads with both hands. They felt a sharp pain in their ears as their minds buzzed and went blank. These people could barely protect themselves, let alone Shui Yuan. Su Zimo did not activate the Dragon Roar secret skill directly. On the one hand, it was his trump card and he would not use it casually. On the other hand, the Shwe clan guards would most likely be shocked to death if the Dragon Roar secret skill was released. Su Zimo merely wanted to teach Shwe Yuan a lesson and retrieve the iron sword. He did not want to start a massacre, and there was no deep feud between them. On the other side, Do Yuan's blood, qi had already calmed down. The moment he moved forward, he heard that shout before he could attack. His blood qi rumbled, and he could not hold it in any longer. He covered his lips hurriedly and spat out another mouthful of blood. Shui Yuan, who was the closest, shuddered as well. However, his physique was extraordinary, and he grit his teeth to defend against it. Although his greater divine power showed signs of dissipating, it did not disappear. Right then, the great chaos essence palm descended. Boom! Even the materialized Azura Dao might not be able to defend against Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm, let alone a greater divine power that was almost dispersed. The Azura Dao was destroyed by a single palm strike, and a gigantic palm descended. Shui Yuan had nowhere to run as he gripped the iron sword in his hands and stabbed in reverse. When the great chaos essence palm descended and was about to make contact with the iron sword, all the power suddenly dissipated. That ferocious and crushing power suddenly turned into a gentle power. There was no sluggishness in the transition between toughness and softness. It was astounding. Su Zimo placed his palm on the iron sword. With a coil and a tremble, he snatched the iron sword away, bare-handed. At the same time, he took another step forward and pushed down on Shui Yuan's chest. You! Shui Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and his reaction was extremely fast. He retracted his entire chest as though it had caved in. At the same time, he pulled back his arm and blocked in front of him. Humph! Su Zimo sneered and pushed Shui Yuan's arm gently before retreating. Crack! Shui Yuan's arm was snapped. Crack! 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 Immediately after, a series of crackling sounds came from Shui Yuan's chest, as though beans were being fried. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A gigantic and clear palm print appeared on Shui Yuan's chest. Pissed. Everyone gasped. Earlier on, Su Zimo's palm strike seemed light and powerless. To think that it would possess such a terrifying might. Not only did he snap Shui Yuan's arm, the latter's sternum was shattered and his heart was ruptured. Both parties exchanged blows extremely quickly. From the moment Su Zimo attacked till the end, it only took 4 to 5 breaths. Su Zimo was still standing where he was exactly as though he had never moved. His green robes were spotless without any wrinkles. However, there was an additional iron sword in his hands. As for the Shwe clan opposite, they were in a mess. Do Yuan's expression was terrible. The Shwe clan guards were at a loss, and Shwe Yuan had fallen to the ground, severely injured. Such thunderous methods created a massive commotion in the crowd nearby. Chapter 2187. 2187 defeated. 2,187 defeated. Who is that? His methods are so terrifying that even 2 experts who have the potential to be ranked on the Earth ranking were suppressed by him. I'm not sure. The ranking for the outer sect competition of the Academy has long been spread. There doesn't seem to be any Earth immortal with the aura of a scholar. More and more cultivators gathered here. Some of them could recognize the other disciples of the Academy, but they had never seen Suzimo before. Ever since Suzimo joined the Academy, he had been in seclusion. Cultivators who joined the Academy were normally grade 8 or 9 Earth Immortals and did not need to cultivate in seclusion. Most of these outer sect disciples would accept the many missions assigned by the Academy and train in the divine firmament immortal domain. While completing the missions, they would gradually make a name for themselves. Someone suddenly said, "Don't forget, at the immortal sect selection 1,000 years ago, the Academy accepted a ruthless person." You're referring to that guy with the surname Su? The one who killed more than 100 execution guards of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom? That's right, that's him. His name is Suzimo. The discussions in the crowd grew louder and louder. What happened? A few figures pushed through the crowd and barged in. Their expressions changed when they saw the injured Shui Yuan and the others. "Uncle, you're here." With a pained expression, Shui Yuan wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. The cultivation realms of the Shui clan cultivators were all at the Heaven Essence realm. There were 3 grade 8 Heaven Immortals and a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Shui Yuan's uncle, Shui Qian, was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal and was quite famous in the divine firmament immortal domain. Who did this? Shui Qian hollered and followed Shui Yuan's gaze. Turning around, he locked onto Suzimo with a murderous expression. But soon his expression changed and the killing intent in his eyes lessened significantly. He caught sight of the sect badge on Suzimo's waist. It was the badge of Heaven and Earth Academy. A disciple of the Academy. Shui Qian's expression was terrible. Suzimo felt emotional when he sensed the change in Shui Qian. After he joined the Academy, he cultivated in seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, he merely had a conflict and fought against 2 people in the outer sect. He had never left the Academy nor roamed the world outside. It was only at this moment that he experienced the power of Heaven and Earth Academy. The killing intent of this grade 9 Heaven Immortal from a major Immortal Dao clan had already been condensed to its limits and could injure anyone at any moment. However, when that person saw the Academy's badge on his waist, his expression clearly changed and he revealed a wary expression. Ever since Suzimo appeared to settle this matter, no one else from the Academy interfered. Even so, Shui Qian and the others did not dare to act rashly. The fight between Shui Yuan and Do Yuan could be considered as a spar between cultivators of the same cultivation realm. It was nothing much. However, if Shui Qian attacked Suzimo, he would be bullying someone beneath his level, and Heaven and Earth Academy would definitely not tolerate it. The terror of the Academy was still reflected in the surrounding cultivators. Suzimo could clearly sense that everyone was looking at him with reverence, admiration, and even awe. This was an experience he had never experienced after ascending and escaping for thousands of years. He came from the lower worlds. After he ascended, in the eyes of many cultivators, his status was inferior. However, at that moment, it was as though there was a halo above his head. A disciple of the Academy. In the divine firmament immortal domain, no one dared to underestimate disciples of the Academy. The disciples of the Academy sure are impressive. They can attack people casually before the fight for the earth ranking even begins. Shui Qian looked at Suzimo with a mocking tone. "I wouldn't dare to." Suzimo said indifferently, "The Academy can't compare to the Shui clan. You guys can snatch the items of others just because you fancy it. How domineering." Shui Qian frowned slightly and looked down at Shui Yuan, who was sitting on the ground. Shui Yuan felt guilty and did not dare to meet Shui Qian's gaze. Everyone had witnessed this, and he did not dare to lie. Shui Qian cursed internally. He knew that they were in the wrong, and today's matter would most likely be left unsettled. Why are so many people gathered here? Right then, a dignified voice sounded from the distant skies. Xue Qian's eyes lit up. In the capital of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, other than the guards of the capital or perfected immortal experts, other cultivators could not fly in the capital. Given the commotion here, the capital guards must have arrived. He was wary of the academy, but the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom was not. The Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom was a behemoth that was comparable to Heaven and Earth Academy. Furthermore, this was the capital of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. No matter how strong the disciples of the academy were, they had to abide by the rules of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. It was not convenient for him to attack, but he could make use of the power of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom to teach this academy disciple a lesson. At that thought, Xue Qian turned around and looked at a group of capital guards speeding over from midair. He cupped his fists. "Greetings, Commander. I'm Xue Qian of the Xue clan. Fellow Taoist Xue, I've heard a lot about you." When the capital commander saw that it was Xue Qian of the Xue clan, his expression softened as he nodded slightly and cupped his fists in return. Xue Qian pointed at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "Just because he's a disciple of the academy, this person here fought in the capital and injured many of our Xue clan members in succession. I didn't lay my hands on this person because this is the capital of the Immortal Kingdom and I don't want to cause chaos in the capital. Please uphold justice for the Xue clan, Commander." The capital commander frowned slightly and turned to look at Su Zimo with a troubled expression. If it was any ordinary cultivator, he would just capture them and imprison them for a few days to teach them a lesson. However, this was a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. "Commander Xin." Just as he was in a dilemma, a woman's voice sounded from the crowd. Instinctively, he looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in scarlet armor in the crowd come to Su Zimo's side with a smile. "Long time no see, Commander Xin." "Greetings, Princess Scarlet Rainbow." Commander Xin was stunned and bowed hurriedly. The many capital guards behind him bowed as well. Xue Qian was stunned and had a bad feeling. Princess Scarlet Rainbow waved her hand. "There's nothing major here. It's just that the young master of the Xue clan snatched someone else's belongings. My junior brother could not take it lying down and merely sparred with young Master Xue in a friendly manner. It's nothing serious." This was a friendly spar. Commander Xin glanced at Xue Yuan, who was slumped on the ground, and muttered internally. Young Master Xue was severely injured and would most likely not have a chance to take part in the fight for the Earth ranking. He had long heard that Princess Scarlet Rainbow had joined Heaven and Earth Academy. Now that Princess Scarlet Rainbow had appeared, he retreated hurriedly. "I see." Commander Xin nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, there will often be small conflicts in the capital. As long as it's nothing serious, it's nothing much." "That's right." Princess Scarlet Rainbow said with a smile. "Commander Xin patrol elsewhere. There's nothing much here, and we'll disperse before long. I'll take my leave." Commander Xin cupped his fists once more and left with the capital guards behind him, disappearing before long. Xue Qian was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. "Farewell." Xue Qian's face turned green and purple. Finally, he said those words and supported Xue Yuan, turning to leave with everyone from the Xue clan, disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 2188. 2188 Xie Qingcheng. 2188 Xie Qingcheng. Scarlet Rainbow. Right then, a man's call sounded not far away. It was intimate and magnetic. One could feel a warm power just by listening to his voice. Su Zimo glanced sideways and saw a white-robed man walking over slowly from the long street not far away. Su Zimo was slightly stunned when he saw that person. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed as well. This man was way too beautiful, and his features were handsome without any flaws. He was like a jade statue, and was even prettier than many fairies and beauties. If not for his preconceived notion that this was a man's voice, In this sudden encounter, Su Zimo would not have believed that the person before him was a man. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was already a rare beauty. However, she was slightly inferior in front of this person. The appearance of the white-robed man was way too dazzling. At that moment, all the cultivators on a long street, be it men or women, paled in comparison. That's a man. Su Zimo looked at the person in confusion. Brother Ching Ching. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw who it was, her eyes lit up and she was filled with smiles as she ran over and threw herself into the person's embrace. Su Zimo was finally certain when he heard her address him as Brother Ching Ching. He looked around. On both sides of the long street, there were still many cultivators staring at the white-robed man in a daze, as though they had lost their souls. Among them, female cultivators were not the only ones. Even male cultivators were not spared. Ching Cheng. Su Zimo thought to himself, this person's name is rather apartment. Indeed, he is devastatingly beautiful one. Brother Ching Cheng, why are you here? Princess Scarlet Rainbow raised her head and asked coquettishly. The white-robed man had a doting expression as he chuckled. You went out to cultivate alone and didn't come home to visit after such a long time. I missed you. Aren't I back now? Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted her lips. In front of the white-robed man, Princess Scarlet Rainbow did not have the slightest bit of arrogance as a princess. Instead, her tone carried a hint of wheedling. It was clear that the two of them were rather close. As the white-robed man chatted with Princess Scarlet Rainbow, he even raised his head and looked at everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy with a smile. The white-robed man's gaze seemed to sweep past everyone from the academy, but he did not seem to ignore anyone. After coming into contact with everyone, it felt like a spring breeze. Princess Scarlet Rainbow chatted with the white-robed man for a while more before coming to a realization. She pulled the white-robed man to the front of everyone from the academy and said, Brother Ching Ching, these are the elders of our academy. These are my fellow sect mates, the top 20 Earth Immortal Paragons of the Outer Sect competition. After a brief pause, Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the white-robed man and said to everyone from the academy, This is my brother. Greetings, elders and fellow Taoists. I'm Xie Ching Ching. The white-robed man cupped his fists towards everyone from the academy with a smile. So it's Prince Ching Ching. We've heard a lot about you. The elders of the academy exchanged glances and returned the greeting hurriedly. Xie Ching Ching's cultivation realm was around a grade 5 heaven immortal and could not compare to the elders of the academy. However, he was a prince of the Yang immortal kingdom after all, and the elders of the academy did not dare to be negligent. My status as a prince is merely a title. Xie Ching Ching smiled gently. I'm of the same generation as Scarlet Rainbow and can be considered as a junior compared to you guys. Elders, please just call me fellow Taoist. And no. The elders of the academy declined hurriedly. After ascending, Su Zimo had seen some princes and princesses as well. Xie Ching Ching was the only one who did not have the airs of a prince and was approachable. Born in the royal family and possessing the bloodline of the royal family, it was indeed rare for him to possess such bearing and temperament. Brother Ching Ching, he's Su Zimo. Right then, Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to Su Zimo in the middle of everyone from the academy and added, Greetings, fellow Taoist Su. Xie Ching Ching cupped his fists towards Su Zimo once more and smiled. Scarlet Rainbow has not returned home all these years. However, she often mentions you in her letters. Brother, you're the best to me. You're the only one who came to receive me personally. When she heard Xie Ching Ching mention this, Princess Scarlet Rainbow blushed and hurriedly changed the topic. Second brother merely sent a guard to greet us at the teleportation formation. Your second brother has to prepare to host the 10,000-year meet. Naturally, he has a lot of work to do, and can't leave. Xie Qingqing said, I have nothing much to do as a prince, so I came to pick you up. Let's go. I've already prepared a banquet in the palace to welcome you guys. Sure. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, Elder Zhong, Elder He, Su Zimo, let's go together. Everyone from the academy did not decline and prepared to leave with Xie Qingqing. In the crowd, Su Shi looked at Su Zimo, who was in the middle of everyone from the academy, with envy, admiration, and emotions. In just a few thousand years, the scholar from the Dragon Abyss Star had already grown to such an extent. He single-handedly suppressed the major immortal Dao clan, the Shui clan, so badly that they did not dare to retaliate. He could still stand here and chat merrily with the princes and princesses of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. There was only yearning and longing in Su Xiaoyan's eyes. That's how life as a human should be led. Su Xiaotian murmured softly, Forget it. No matter how much we struggle, we can't win against fate. Su Shi sighed gently. Our lives will not be wasted if we can make a name for ourselves in Water Cloud Sword Sect. Water Cloud Sword Sect was only a black-grade sect and had limited cultivation resources. Su Shi knew that the difference between them would only increase. I almost forgot that I haven't returned this sword to you. Just as Su Shi and Su Xiaotian were feeling emotional, a voice sounded. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had arrived before the two of them and handed them the rusty iron sword. No, no, no. Su Shi declined hurriedly and said, Exalted Immortal Su, you helped us tide through this calamity earlier on. This iron sword should belong to you. Put it away. Su Zimo smiled and stuffed the iron sword into Su Xiaoyan's hands. Although the iron sword was indeed a little strange, he would not take advantage of the situation. Brother Su. Su Xiaotian had been silent earlier on. Now he finally mustered his courage and clenched his fists, saying with a trembling voice. However, he suddenly felt that his manner of addressing was inappropriate and changed it hurriedly. Mr. Su, can you take me in as your disciple? Su Zimo remained silent. It was fate that they were reunited here. However, it was not to the point where he was tempted to take in a disciple. Furthermore, he had many enemies in the upper world, and it might not be a good thing for someone to become his disciple. If you don't want me as a disciple, I can do chores. It's fine as long as I can stay by your side, mister. Su Xiaotian continued hurriedly, looking at Su Zimo nervously and expectantly. I'm afraid that won't do. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Su Xiaotian's expression darkened. At the side, Princess Scarlet Rainbow explained, We're only outer sect disciples in Heaven and Earth Academy. We're not qualified to bring our own servants into the academy. Don't be discouraged. When Su Zimo saw that Su Xiaotian was a little disappointed, he consoled him. There's no need for you to be a servant. If your cultivation is high enough, you can take part in the immortal sect selection that happens once every 100 years. There's a chance for you to become a true disciple of the academy. Chapter 2189. 2189 Reincarnated Immortals. 2189 Reincarnated Immortals. The immortal sect selection was almost the fairest opportunity for cultivators of divine firmament mainland to change their lives. No matter where one was from previously, as long as they could pass the immortal sect selection and join the 4 immortal sects, they would only have a single identity from then on, a disciple of an immortal sect. Even the outer sect disciples of the 4 immortal sects were superior to other cultivators of the same cultivation realm everywhere in divine firmament mainland. However, how difficult was it to pass the immortal sect selection? Only 100 people would be selected for the immortal sect selection that was held once every 100 years. This meant that on average, only 1 Earth Immortal of divine firmament mainland was qualified to join the 4 immortal sects every year. Su Shi was getting older and no longer had his drive. His future accomplishments were limited. In Su Xiaotian's eyes, Su Zimo could see a vigor and a desire for strength, just like himself in Pingyang Town back then. However, Water Cloud Sword Sect was only a black grade sect and had limited cultivation resources. Even if Su Xiaotian had that temperament and talent, it would be difficult for him to stand out in an environment where resources were scarce. Su Zimo sighed internally. He had another layer of worry. This time round, Su Shi and Su Xiaotian had a conflict with the major immortal Dao clan, the Shui clan. Because of him, the two of them were saved. However, both parties had already formed grudges. No matter how bold the Shui clan was, they would not dare to cause trouble for him casually. However, there was a high chance that the Shui clan would take revenge on Su Xiaotian and Su Shi. There was a high chance that this would be a calamity for the father and son. There was no way Water Cloud Sword Sect could protect the two of them. Su Zimo fell into deep thought in silence. If the two of you don't mind, you can follow me and start as an ordinary guard. Unknowingly, Xie Qingqing had arrived beside Su Zimo and smiled at Su Shi and Su Xiaotian. Even towards Su Shi and Su Xiaotian, there was no arrogance or contempt in Xie Qingqing's eyes, and he had a calm expression. Prince Qingqing, you. Su Zimo was shocked. Xie Qingqing smiled at Su Zimo and nodded. Su Zimo did not say anything. The prince seemed to have already seen through his difficulties, and his decision was also to help him resolve this matter. Xie Qingqing said, "The ordinary guards at my side will naturally gain much better cultivation resources than anyone in black grade sections. As long as you're talented enough, you'll have a chance to be my personal guard in the future." Su Shi and Su Xiaotian were stunned on the spot and could not recover for a moment. The beautiful prince before them was truly out of reach for the two of them. The difference in status between them was too great. Both of them could not believe it when they heard that invitation. The two of them looked towards Su Zimo instinctively. Su Zimo nodded. It was naturally the best place to be by Xie Qingqing's side. Cultivation resources were only one of the reasons. More importantly, Su Shi and Su Xiaotian were safe by Xie Qingqing's side. At the very least, they no longer had to fear the Shui clan. "Thank you, Your Highness." Su Shi hurriedly pulled Su Xiaotian and knelt down towards Xie Qingqing. "There's no need." Before the two of them knelt down, Xie Qingqing waved his sleeves and released an invisible force that lifted them up. "I'll have someone send a letter to Water Cloud Sword Sect later to report this matter. Don't worry about this." Su Shi and Su Xiaotian were flattered. The two of them bowed to Su Zimo gratefully. Both of them could tell that if not for Su Zimo, Xie Qingqing would definitely not take them in. "Thank you, Your Highness." Su Zimo looked at Xie Qingqing and cupped his fists in thanks as well. Xie Qingqing shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing much, don't worry. I'm just a prince with no power. If they have a better place to go in the future, they can leave at any time." Su Zimo lamented. There were decent people in the upper world as well. Although Xie Qingqing helped him, he did not try to get anything out of it or even give Su Shi and Su Xiaotian any pressure. "Bring them back and make arrangements." Xie Qingqing instructed the two guards behind him. "Fellow Taoists this way." The two guards left with Su Shi and Su Xiaotian. Right then, a complicated secret cultivation technique appeared in Su Shi and Su Xiaotian's minds. Immediately after, Su Zimo's voice sounded in their minds. "I obtained the divine elephant breathing technique after killing a paragon. This cultivation technique is extremely domineering and ferocious. When cultivated to its limits, it's not weaker than many top cultivation techniques of the upper world. As for how far you guys can cultivate this cultivation technique, that will depend on your own fate and talent. In addition, this cultivation technique must not be leaked after you cultivate it." Su Shi and Su Xiaotian shuddered and looked at Su Zimo instinctively. At that moment, Su Zimo had already followed everyone from the academy and left with Xie Qingqing, leaving only his back view. Su Shi and his son exchanged grateful glances. On the other side, in Su Zimo's opinion, it was fate that he was able to reunite with Su Shi and his son here. He could not take Su Shaotian in as his disciple, nor could he keep the two of them by his side to enter the academy together. As such, he imparted the divine elephant breathing technique to the two of them as compensation. The cultivation techniques he cultivated were complicated, but there were many that were inconvenient to impart and might not be suitable for the two of them to cultivate. This divine elephant breathing technique was the most suitable. If the two of them could cultivate this cultivation technique to greater mastery, they would be able to stand out among the many guards. Up till now, Su Zimo still remembered the monster incarnate, Fang Xian, who cultivated the divine elephant breathing technique. Back in the emperor's tomb, with this cultivation technique, Fang Xian even managed to escape from Yun Ting's human-slaying sword chi. In the end, it was also because of the combined attack of Su Zimo, Yun Ting, and Feng Zi that he was killed on the spot. If not for that, it would have taken Su Zimo some effort to suppress him. Brother, how many people from the academy are in the top 10 of the earth ranking this time round? What are my senior brother Yi Fei's and Su Zimo's rankings? Along the way, Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked. Yi Fei was the number 1 of Heaven and Earth Academy's outer sect competition this time round. Before the fight for the Earth ranking began, someone had already ranked the rough rankings for many cultivators to read. The fight for the Earth ranking this time round was way too intense, and Heaven and Earth Academy did not have much of an advantage this time round. Xie Qingqing shook her head gently. There are no academy disciples in the top 10. What? That's impossible. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's face was filled with doubt as she grumbled. Who made up that ranking? How can there be no one from the academy in the top 10? On the other hand, Elder Zhong of the academy was extremely calm. According to the news I received, there are indeed some monster incarnates among the Earth Immortals fighting for the Earth ranking this time round. Yi Fei might not be able to squeeze into the top 10. The academy has already expected that. You guys don't have to feel pressured. Just compete normally. I don't believe you. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted and asked, Who is the number 1 this time round? Xie Qingqing said, The top 2 of the Earth ranking this time round are almost certain. It's just a matter of who is first and second. Yun Ting isn't taking part either. Who can be so powerful? Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked indignantly. Xie Qingqing smiled. Even Yun Ting might not be able to get first place. That's because both of them are reincarnated immortals. Chapter 2190 2190 Earth Ranking 2190 Earth Ranking Reincarnated Immortals. Those words possessed a shuddering magic. Princess Scarlet Rainbow no longer said anything, and the crowd accompanying her suddenly fell silent. From the martial Tao Prime Body, Su Zimo learned that if one wanted to be reborn, they would at least have to be at the hollow, nether, perfected One Realm. Otherwise, if they died, their souls would dissipate and they would enter the cycle of reincarnation. It was unknown what living beings they would become in the future, or which world they would be born in. In fact, they might even be reincarnated into minor kiliocosms and turn into livestock. Even if they were lucky and had a decent background, it meant that their past selves had vanished. However, perfected immortals who cultivated to the hollow nether realm could be reborn with the imprint of their previous lives and had a high chance of being reborn in the world of their previous lives. If they were guided by an expert of their previous lives, they could even rejoin their sections. By the time they cultivated to the perfected One Realm again, they would be able to recover memories of their previous lives. Xie Qingqing continued. The reincarnated immortal of Flying Immortal Sect's Tao title is Tai Hua. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, He was originally a legacy disciple of Flying Immortal Sect. In this generation, he was guided by the sect master of Flying Immortal Sect. Upon his reincarnation, he joined Flying Immortal Sect again, and his Dao title remains unchanged. The other reincarnated immortal's Dao title is Feng Yin, and he's from Imperial Wind Temple. It's said that he was once in the top 10 of the perfected immortal ranking at the 9 firmament meet back then. When he reincarnated this time round, he was guided by an elder of Imperial Wind Temple and re-entered the sect. Even if there's no fight for the top 2 spots, what about the other 8 spots in the top 10? Are they all so strong? Princess Scarlet Rainbow said in a serious manner, "Brother Qingqing, let me tell you, although my cultivation realm hasn't changed after cultivating in the academy all these years, my combat strength has increased significantly. This is the ranking of the Earth ranking predicted by the palace. You guys can take a look." Xie Qingqing flipped his fair palm and heard them a bamboo scroll. "Junior sister Scarlet Rainbow, make a copy for me as well." Yi Fei was curious and asked for it as well. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, "Don't worry, I'll print a copy for everyone. Let's take a look so that we can prepare in advance." As she said that, Princess Scarlet Rainbow placed the bamboo scroll on her glabella and made copies with her spirit consciousness. Before long, dozens of copies were printed and distributed to everyone in the academy. "Brother Su, why don't you take a look too?" Xie Qingqing said this bamboo scroll was compiled by specialized cultivators in the palace. It contains many paragons of the earth ranking this time round and many important information. It will be of some use to you guys. Su Zimo expressed his thanks and received the bamboo scroll. The bamboo scroll was made from 100 thin bamboo plates. There was only a Dao title written on the first bamboo plate, Feng Yin. When Su Zimo injected his spirit consciousness into the bamboo plate, an even larger image appeared in his mind with a few lines of words recorded. Name, Feng Yin. Level, Grade 9 Earth Immortal. Battle Record. Evaluation. Identity, Reincarnated Immortal of Imperial Wind Temple. Apart from his name and identity, the rest of the titles were blank without any information. Right then, Xie Qingqing's voice sounded. Tai Hua and Feng Yin have barely appeared in Divine Firmament Mainland after their reincarnations. They've been cultivating in seclusion the entire time. This is the first time the 2 of them have appeared at such a grand event. Therefore, there's not much information about the 2 of them. After Su Zimo's spirit consciousness entered the second bamboo plate, the information within was indeed similar to Feng Yin. Apart from his name and identity, everything else was empty. The order of the bamboo plates on the bamboo scroll was from left to right according to the order of 1 to 100. There was no useful information about Feng Yin and Tai Hua. Their mere identities as reincarnated immortals was enough to rank them as the top 2 of the Earth ranking. The terror of reincarnated immortals lay in their memories of their previous lives. Although their cultivation realms were insufficient and they had not recovered all their memories of their previous lives, it was already terrifying enough for them to only recover a portion of their memories. As they cultivated continuously and traced back the path of their previous lives, the number of memories they awakened would increase. Although both of them were Grade 9 Earth Immortals, they possessed the memories of perfected immortals and combat experience. Those were the most terrifying. Su Zimo continued browsing. The Earth Immortal on the 3rd bamboo plate was Yu Feng, a Grade 9 Earth Immortal from Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. There were hundreds of words written in the column of his battle record, and the evaluation of him was extremely high as well. According to the compiler, if not for the 2 reincarnated immortals, Tai Hua and Feng Yin, Yu Feng would most likely be the top of the Earth ranking this time round. The 4th to 10th places came from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, Flying Immortal Sect, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, Yenyang Immortal Kingdom, Imperial Wind Temple. Zixian Immortal Kingdom, and a paragon from the major immortal Dao clan, Pang clan. The 11th was Yi Fei of Heaven and Earth Academy, the number one of the outer sect competition. Yun Lei's ranking in the immortal sect selection was clearly inferior to mine. How can he be ranked in the top 10? Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked with a frown. Although Prince Yun Lei was from the Zixian Immortal Kingdom, he was representing Mountain Sea Immortal Sect this time round and was ranked 6th on this ranking. Xie Qingqing said, "Your movement technique is faster than his and you'll have an advantage in the ranking of the 9 heavens. However, you might not be his match in the final ranking battle." Su Zimo swept his gaze and saw the name of Princess Scarlet Rainbow on the 18th bamboo plate. Name, Scarlet Rainbow. Level, Grade 9 Earth Immortal. Battle record. When she was a Grade 8 Earth Immortal, she crossed a minor realm and killed a Grade 9 Earth Immortal. When she was a Grade 9 Earth Immortal, she shocked everyone in the royal family competition of the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom. However, she lost to Prince Xie in the end. She was ranked 2nd in the Immortal Sect selection 1,000 years ago. Evaluation. Among the Earth Immortals, the speed of her movement technique is enough to be ranked in the top 3. Among the 9 heavens, she can be ranked in the top 10. However, in a head-on fight, her combat strength is definitely inferior. Identity. Outer Sect, Disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, Princess of the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom. The evaluation of the bamboo scroll was not much different from what Xie Qingqing had said. It seemed like they had spent a lot of effort to collect information of the paragons on the Earth ranking. However, Su Zimo did not know what the 9 heavens mentioned by Xie Qingqing and the Earth ranking were. Su Zimo was curious as to whether he was included in the Earth ranking and what ranking he was. He scanned the bamboo scroll and stopped in the middle. The 49th bamboo plate. Name, Su Zimo. Level, Grade 8 Earth Immortal. Battle record. In the Immortal Sect selection 1,000 years ago, he revealed his prowess and killed more than 100 Earth execution guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. He offended Prince Yuanzhua and even alarmed 2 of the 4 great fairies, the Zither Immortal and the Painting Immortal, causing them to nearly fight. Eventually placed 1st in the Immortal Sect selection. Evaluation. Expert in some terrifying flame immortal art and even mastered a movement technique similar to teleportation. His physique is strong, but his bloodline is ordinary. He can kill strong foes above his level and cultivated the human slaying sword art and exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. There's not much information about his previous achievements, and it's difficult to judge from a single Immortal Sect selection. Furthermore, his cultivation realm is too low, and he's the only Grade 8 Earth Immortal on the Earth ranking. This might become his weakness in the Earth ranking competition, and he'll be ranked in the top 50 for the time being. Identity. Outer Sect Disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy from the lower worlds. At that point, Su Zimo smiled. To think that the compiler had gathered quite a bit of information about him. However, back when he fled in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, almost no one paid attention to him and naturally did not know of his past achievements. Chapter 2191. 2191 Appearance of Yun Ting. 2191 Appearance of Yun Ting. Previously, Su Zimo caused a huge stir in Green Cloud County and was even hunted down by the entire Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, that was only limited to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Most of the factions and cultivators of divine Firmament Mainland had never heard of him, let alone paid attention to him. The Battle of the Immortal Sect Selection was his first time entering the line of sight of the upper echelons of divine Firmament Mainland. Actually, the Immortal Sect Selection was held once every 100 years. Even the number 1 of the selection might not attract much attention. However, there were way too many unforeseen circumstances during the Immortal Sect selection 1,000 years ago. It caused quite a stir, and even alarmed 2 fairies, allowing Su Zimo to stand out. Of course, for the supreme cultivators of divine firmament mainland, everyone was more concerned about the appearance of the zither and painting immortals and the rumors of the painting immortal. When everyone heard that Su Zimo was the number one of the immortal sex selection and killed more than 100 Earth execution guards, they merely exclaimed and forgot about it quickly. After 1,000 years, the impact of this battle decreased. The fact that Su Zimo was ranked in the top 50 of this Earth ranking was already a subject of many controversies and doubt. Princess Scarlet Rainbow noticed the ranking as well and pouted her lips with a smile. Let's not talk about the rankings of the other cultivators first. Junior Brother Su's ranking is definitely not accurate. Are you so sure? Xie Qingqing smiled and asked. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the two names on the bamboo scroll and said, Do Yuan, who is ranked 23, was knocked back by a single punch from Junior Brother Su. Shui Yuan, who is ranked 5'7", was crippled by a single palm strike from Junior Brother Su as well. I reckon that Shui Yuan might not be able to recover to his original state by the time the fight for the Earth ranking begins. Oh! Xie Qingqing was slightly surprised. So, Shui Yuan was injured by Brother Su. He arrived slightly later and only saw everyone from the Shui clan escorting the injured Shui Yuan away. However, he did not know that Su Zimo was the one who caused it. In that case, Brother Su's ranking should indeed be slightly higher. Xie Qingqing nodded. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, In my opinion, Junior Brother Su's combat strength is definitely above mine. He should be ranked in the top 10 or even top 5. Xie Qingqing smiled without saying anything. Although he did not agree with it, he did not refute. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the 4th bamboo plate and said, Look at the identity of Tai Han, who is ranked 4th. He's only a commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Junior Brother Su destroyed the Earth Execution Guards so badly back then. In my opinion, this great commander is nothing much too. Su Zimo noticed that person as well. Name, Tai Han. Level, Grade 9 Earth Immortal. Battle record, ever since he was a Grade 7 Earth Immortal. He was the top of the Earth Execution Guards, and that position did not change for 50,000 years. Evaluation. This person's physique and bloodline are top-notch. It's said that his physique is comparable to a perfect grade dermic treasure. He rarely appears and doesn't attack often. He's the sharpest saber among the Earth Execution Guards, and is the number one of the Earth Guards for 50,000 years. That's enough to prove how terrifying this person is. Identity, Great Commander of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom's Earth Execution Guards. According to the bamboo scroll, this person was rather capable. This person's battle records were not detailed. However, the more that was the case, the more it proved how terrifying this person was. Nobody knew what other tricks he was hiding. After Princess Scarlet Rainbow said that, Xie Qingqing looked at Su Zimo and pondered for a moment before reminding, Brother Su, you can't be careless. Su Zimo nodded. Even without Xie Qingqing's reminder, he would have kept an eye on this person. He had killed more than 100 Earth Execution Guards before, but that did not mean that there were no top experts among them. Prince Yuan's Hua had already lost his power. Although he could mobilize the Earth Execution Guards, given his status and power, the Earth Execution Guards at his side were definitely not the best. Although there were only 100 spots on the bamboo scroll, Earth Immortals from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom took up 10 spots. They were all Earth Execution Guards. After reading it, Yi Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. The fight for the Earth ranking this time round is indeed a little intense. It's much more difficult than I imagined. It's difficult to get into the top 10 of the Earth ranking. There's no need to feel dejected. Xie Qingqing said, although there are no Academy disciples in the top 10 of the Earth ranking, there are 17 Academy disciples in the 100 spots of the Earth ranking. That's a huge number. Elder Zhong and Elder, He only felt relieved when they noticed that as well. At the very least, Heaven and Earth Academy was not disadvantaged overall. Xie Qingqing continued. Furthermore, the ranking on the bamboo scroll is only a prediction. In the end, it still depends on the Earth ranking competition 3 days later. By now, everyone had already arrived at the palace. After the banquet, they dispersed and rested, preparing for the fight for the Earth ranking 3 days later. Actually, the 10,000-year meet had already begun, and the capital was bustling. For the past 3 days, various major factions arrived at the capital of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, one after another, and appeared. Among them, the most eye-catching group was from the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom. The leader of the group, this time round, was the number 1 monster incarnate in 100,000 years, Prince Yunting. Ever since Prince Yunting swept through the earth immortal experts of the major factions more than 1,000 years ago, he had barely appeared and had been cultivating in seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, Yunting was already at the level 2 Heaven Essence realm. Even with Yunting's talent and cultivation speed, his speed slowed down after breaking through to the Heaven Essence realm. In 1,000 years, he had only advanced by 1 realm. Of course, that was an unimaginable cultivation speed for others. For most cultivators, it was extremely common for them to spend 10,000 years cultivating in the Heaven Essence realm to break through. Prince Yunting is already a grade 2 Heaven Immortal. What is he doing at the 10,000-year meet? I'm not sure. That lad has a brash personality and is arrogant and conceited. He might be up to something shocking. You guys don't know yet, right? There's an Earth Immortal named Su Zimo in Heaven and Earth Academy who cultivated the heaven-slaying sword art. I reckon that Prince Yunting must be here because of this person. Some cultivators analyzed calmly. What is Prince Yunting trying to do? Is he trying to snatch the sword art in public? Heaven and Earth Academy has Heaven Immortal Elders with them as well. There's no way they would let him do that. Prince Yunting has never been restrained in his actions. I won't even be surprised if he attacked Su Zimo in public to snatch the sword art. Speaking of Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy, I also recalled something. The Great Jin Immortal Kingdom group was led by Prince Yuan's with this time round. I heard that he has a deep feud with Su Zimo. I heard that 1,000 years ago this person even offended the Zither Immortal. Do you guys think the Zither Immortal will appear this time round? Dream on. What sort of characters are the 4 great fairies? All of them are peerless and are perfected immortals. Why would they come to watch the fight for the Earth ranking? I heard that the 4 great fairies might gather at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet. That will be the true top-tier Immortal Tao event in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. As the 3 immortal kingdoms for immortal sects, major immortal Tao clans, and factions of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain gathered, the main event of the 10,000-year meet gradually began. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Earth ranking competition officially began today. Chapter 2192. 2192, we meet again. 2192, we meet again. Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. The sun had just risen, and cultivators from all over Divine Firmament Mainland had already arrived at the gigantic square in front of the palace. It was densely packed with people. A spacious path opened up in the middle of the square, extending all the way to the main hall. On both sides of the path were the areas where the major sects, factions, and cultivators gathered. In front of the hall was the host of this event, the location of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. On its left and right were the other 2 immortal kingdoms. Beneath the 2 immortal kingdoms were the 4 immortal sections. Heaven and Earth Academy and Mountain Sea Immortal Sect were next to one another. Opposite them were Imperial Wind Temple and Flying Immortal Sect. Beneath the 2 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects were the major aristocratic families of the Immortal Tao and Quasi-Heaven Grade Immortal sections. The ones at the front were all heaven grade and quasi-heaven grade sections. Behind those immortal sects were earth and quasi-earth grade sections. After that were black grade sections. At the back were itinerant cultivators from all over the divine, firmament, immortal domain. There were no seats, immortal peaches, spirit fruits, fragrant tea, or desserts for them. They were naturally treated much worse than everyone else. At that moment, many cultivators of black, earth, and quasi-heaven grade sects were already present, leaving only the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sections. Look over there. People from the 3 immortal kingdoms have appeared at the same time. Someone shouted from the crowd, attracting the attention of many cultivators. In midair, 3 groups of cultivators descended slowly from outside the square. The master of the palace was in the middle, and the group from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom was rather massive. Their leader was the second prince of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, Prince Xieling, a perfected immortal expert and the person in charge of this 10,000-year meet. Behind him were some descendants of the royal family, as well as Prince Xieyin, who was predicted to be 7th on the Earth ranking. In the fight between the royal family back then, Xieyin even defeated Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Prince Yunting is here. Where? The sharpest one. A clamor broke out in the crowd. Although Xieling was a perfected immortal and the person in charge of this 10,000-year meet, he did not attract much attention. When the 3 immortal kingdoms entered at the same time, most of the cultivators were attracted by the young man leading the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom and exclaimed, "This person was way too sharp." Some people felt their eyes sting just by staring at him for a little longer. There was no lack of paragons and monster incarnates in the camps of the 3 immortal kingdoms. For example, Prince Yuanzhua, who led the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. The great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, Taihan, who was predicted to be 4th on the Earth ranking, as well as Prince Yunlei, who was predicted to be 6th. Any one of them would attract attention. However, they were traveling with Yunting, and none of them could overshadow his sharpness. No matter where it was, as long as Yunting appeared, his sharpness would be noticed unconsciously, and no one could ignore it. Fellow Taoist Yunting, I heard that you're here for Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. Right then, Prince Yuanzhua turned around and asked in a testing manner, "Do you have any grudges with this person?" "We fought once." Yun Ting replied indifferently without looking at Prince Yuanzhua. Although Prince Yuanzhua was a grade 9 heaven immortal and had a superior cultivation realm, Yun Ting was not interested. When he saw how arrogant and rude Yun Ting was, a hint of anger first rose in Prince Yuan's eyes before disappearing quickly. He began to rejoice internally. Su Zimo, to think that a lowlife like would offend Yun Ting as well. All the better. The heavens really want you dead. Prince Yuanzhua sneered internally and thought to himself, 8,000 years ago, you embarrassed me completely. This time round, I'm going to let you die without a full corpse in front of even more people. Initially, Prince Yuanzhua was not sure if Yunting was here because of Su Zimo. However, he was relieved when he saw Yunting's attitude earlier on. During this period of time, the cultivators of the 3 immortal kingdoms had already taken their seats. Look, people from the 4 immortal sects have arrived as well. Another exclamation sounded as 4 groups of cultivators descended from Adair side by side. Which of them are the reincarnated immortals? Who are Tai Hua and Feng Yin? The Earth ranking predicted by the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom had long spread among many cultivators. The 2 reincarnated immortals attracted the most attention. See that? In Flying Immortal Sect, the person walking side by side with Heaven Immortal White Sea is Immortal Tai Hua. On the side of Imperial Wind Temple, the person standing at the front alongside Heaven Immortal Green Peak is Immortal Feng Yin. Immortal Tai Hua wore a Taoist robe and a long sword hung on his waist. His sleeves fluttered, and he had an indifferent expression and extraordinary aura. Compared to the grade 9 heaven immortal White Sea, his aura was not inferior at all. Feng Yin had a cold expression and wore black robes. Hands behind his back, he exuded a cold and sinister aura that made one shudder. Although the two of them were only grade 9 earth immortals, the fact that they could walk shoulder to shoulder with two top-tier heaven immortals was proof of their status in the sect. The leader of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect seems to be the number one of the upper world's heaven ranking. It's indeed him, Heaven Abyss. He was one of the hosts of the Immortal Sect selection 1,000 years ago. Apart from the two reincarnated immortals, Heaven Abyss's appearance attracted many gazes as well. Compared to Flying Immortal Sect, Imperial Wind Temple, and Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, Heaven and Earth Academy was slightly inferior. Heaven and Earth Academy was led by a few elders, and the disciples of the academy behind them seemed ordinary compared to the other three immortal sections. Su Zimo had green robes, black hair, and refined features. He was inconspicuous in the academy's group, and no one noticed him. His gaze swept in the direction of the three immortal sections. The leaders of the three immortal sects this time round were relatively familiar, and he had met once. At the immortal sect selection, the three of them represented their respective sections. Everyone from the four immortal sects descended and were about to take their seats. Just as everyone's attention was attracted by the two reincarnated immortals, Heaven Abyss and the others, a figure suddenly stood up in the direction of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Clang! As that person stood up, a shuddering sword hum sounded in the world. Immediately after, a sharp beam surged into the skies, as though it wanted to penetrate the firmaments and slash down the stars. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dipped significantly, and it was chilling. The expressions of the two reincarnated immortals, Feng Yin and Tai Hua, changed slightly as they turned to look. Prince Yunting. Only Prince Yunting could release such a terrifying sharpness with every single move. When Yunting stood up, everyone's attention was attracted immediately. Many cultivators could sense that apart from sharpness, there was also an extremely strong fighting spirit in Yunting. What is Prince Yunting trying to do? Many cultivators followed Prince Yunting's gaze. It seemed to be the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy. Su Zimo, we meet again. Right then, Yunting's eyes lit up as he spoke slowly. Every single word was as powerful as metal clashing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, the scholarly green-robed cultivator with no presence in the academy attracted countless gazes. Chapter 2193. 2193 Joining Forces. 2193 Joining Forces. Who is he? How did he attract Yunting's attention? A disciple of the academy, a grade 8 Earth Immortal, actually made Yunting stand up to greet him. Everyone had long heard of Yunting's personality. He was proud, conceited, and arrogant. When they entered earlier on, even the perfected immortal prince, Xia Ling, had a friendly expression as he surveyed his surroundings and nodded slightly. When Yunting appeared, he looked ahead the entire time without looking at anyone. His attitude towards Prince Yuanzi was cold as well. But now this academy disciple had caused Prince Yunting to stand up on his own accord. The fact that he was so highly regarded shocked many cultivators. Haven't you heard? That person is Su Zimo from the lower worlds, and he has the heaven-slaying sword art. Prince Yunting is here for this person's heaven-slaying sword art. That's right. The fighting spirit in Prince Yunting's eyes can't be hidden at all. In fact, I suspect that he can attack at any moment. Many cultivators discussed and whispered at the back. Because of Yunting's actions and a single sentence, the entire square became tense. Everyone knew that Yunting did whatever he wanted and had always made shocking moves fearlessly. Even if he suddenly attacked Su Zimo, no one would be surprised. Prince Xia Ling frowned slightly. The fight for the earth ranking had yet to begin, and he naturally did not wish for anything to happen. Prince Yuan's was sat in his seat with a gloating look in his eyes. If Yun Ting could kill Su Zimo, it would save him a lot of trouble. The elders of the academy looked as though they were facing a great enemy. Prince Yun Ting, what are you doing? Elder Zhong said in a deep voice. The fight for the earth ranking has yet to begin. Furthermore, you're already a grade 2 heaven immortal and can't take part in the earth ranking competition. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had not returned home for a long time. At that moment, she was sitting with Xie Qingqing and the other descendants of the royal family. When she saw that, she looked nervous as well. Among everyone from the academy, Su Zimo was the only one who was calm as usual. Even against Yun Ting, who was releasing immense hostility, and in front of everyone's gazes, his expression did not change much. He did not know why Yun Ting was here. However, he was certain that Yun Ting would definitely not attack him at this moment. He had only exchanged blows with Yun Ting once, and the two of them did not have much interaction. However, he knew that given Yun Ting's pride, the latter would definitely not attack him when there was a major cultivation realm difference between them. Back in the Emperor's tomb, Yun Ting was disgusted when Fang Xian tried to ambush Su Zimo while the two of them were fighting. Given his conceit, he would definitely choose to fight Su Zimo fairly if he wanted to snatch the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. Su Zimo pushed away the elders gently and stood at the front, standing off against Yun Ting through the air. Su Zimo. Elder Zhong was worried. There was no longer any obstruction between Su Zimo and Yun Ting. If Yun Ting suddenly attacked, even he did not have absolute confidence of protecting Su Zimo. It's fine. Su Zimo shook his head gently and smiled. We're just greeting one another and exchanging a few words. When he heard that, Yun Ting's eyes lit up. Su Zimo understood him. Everyone thought that he might make a move. However, the person opposite him knew that he would definitely not attack here. The two of them had the same silent chemistry back in the Emperor's tomb when Fang Xian ambushed Su Zimo. For some reason, Yun Ting was delighted. Once I defeat him in the future and obtain the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, we might even be able to become confidants. Yun Ting thought to himself. In his eyes, not many cultivators of the same generation in this world were qualified to be his friends, let alone confidants. Yun Ting, it's been many years since we last met. You're still as arrogant as ever and haven't changed much. Right then, Su Zimo said indifferently. The moment he said that, everyone was stunned and the discussions quietened down. Many cultivators were dumbfounded as they looked at Su Zimo in shock. What sort of words and tone were those? Was this grade 8 Earth Immortal of the Academy lecturing the number 1 monster incarnate in 100,000 years, Prince Yun Ting? Prince Yun Ting's expression darkened instantly as well. That was because Su Zimo's words reminded him of the battle at the Emperor's tomb. In that battle, Su Zimo once said something similar, such as, "You're still young." Right on the heels of that, that person beat him up so badly that he nearly lost his life. After returning to the Zixian Immortal Kingdom, he was even taught a lesson by his sister. Each time he recalled that experience, he felt extremely displeased. Prince Yun Ting's expression turned cold and his aura intensified. His eyes shone with killing intent as he said icily, "Don't speak to me in that tone. I don't like it." In Yun Ting's heart, only his sister could lecture him like this. No one else was qualified. Right then, Prince Yuan's was suddenly stood up and hollered, "Su Zimo, you're way too arrogant. How dare you lecture Prince Yun Ting?" Prince Yun Ting is the strongest paragon in the divine firmament immortal domain for the past 100,000 years. How can a lowlife like you look down on and humiliate him in front of everyone? Although Prince Yuanzwa looked righteous, he was actually fanning the flames, wanting to provoke Prince Yun Ting to kill Su Zimo right away. Yun Ting turned around and glanced at Prince Yuanzhua expressionlessly. He was young and arrogant, but he was no fool. The person in charge of the 10,000-year meet this time round, Prince Xieling, saw that the situation was bad and the atmosphere was getting increasingly tense. At that moment, he had no choice but to stand out and raise his voice. "Fellow Taoists, please take a seat. Today is the Earth ranking competition. If there are any grudges, we can discuss them after the Earth ranking competition." Sure. Unexpectedly, the fighting spirit and killing intent of Prince Yun Ting dissipated rapidly. He agreed right away and sat back down. Helpless, Prince Yuanzhua could only return to his seat. After this small commotion, the cultivators of the four immortal sects took their seats one after another. The fight for the Earth ranking was about to begin. Prince Yuanzhua looked at Prince Yunting opposite him indignantly. Rolling his eyes, he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. "Fellow Taoist Yunting, today is the Earth ranking competition. It's not convenient for you to kill Su Zimo personally. Why don't the Zixian Immortal Kingdom join forces with the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom to kill this lad in the 9 heavens?" Yun Ting raised his head and looked at Prince Yuanzhua with a fake smile, as though he was very interested in his suggestion. Prince Yuanzhua was invigorated and continued to send a voice transmission. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. This time round, it's not only the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, but also fellow Taoists of Flying Immortal Sect. If the Zixian Immortal Kingdom can join in, that lad will definitely die if our 3 factions join forces." The smile in Prince Yun Ting's eyes intensified. "Ha ha ha." Finally, Yun Ting reared his head in laughter that shook the firmaments and attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone was puzzled. Even Prince Yuanzhua was stunned on the spot, not knowing what was wrong with Yun Ting. Yun Ting turned around slowly and looked at Heaven and Earth Academy not far away from him, saying leisurely, "Su Zimo, Prince Yuanzhua just told me that the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom has already joined forces with Flying Immortal Sect. Their people are going to kill you in the 9 heavens. Right, Prince Yuanzhua even invited me to join forces with them." The moment he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone from the academy was shocked, as well as they glared in the direction of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Prince Yuanzhua was caught off guard. He had not expected that his secret voice transmission would be revealed by Prince Yunting in public. Chapter 2194 2194 Challenge 2194 Challenge. This matter was indeed a secret alliance between the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect, prepared for their Earth Immortals to join forces to kill Su Zimo in this Earth ranking competition. It was not easy to get such a massive faction to join forces. However, Prince Yuanzhua of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Zither Immortal Mangyao of Flying Immortal Sect stepped in. Furthermore, both of them were royalty of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Prince Yuanzhua hated Su Zimo to the core. The matter of the Immortal Sect selection embarrassed him and the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom even more. That was because at the Immortal Sect selection, Su Zimo said that Zither Immortal Mangyao and Prince Yuanzhua had a royal scandal. Because of that, Fairy Meng Yao wanted to kill Su Zimo as well. Under the lead of the 2 of them, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect had already discussed a plan and ensured that nothing would go wrong. However, no matter what, such a thing was not honorable. Now, Prince Yuanzhua wanted to rope Yun Ting in. Instead, Yun Ting made the matter public and caused Prince Yuanzhua to make a fool of himself, resulting in a commotion. Heaven Immortal White Sea of Flying Immortal Sect glared at Prince Yuanzhua and cursed him internally for being a fool. Even without the Zixian Immortal Kingdom, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect's plan this time round was enough to kill Su Zimo in the 9 heavens. There was no need for that. In the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom this time round, There were a total of 10 execution guards led by Tai Han, who was predicted to be ranked 4th on the Earth ranking. On the side of Flying Immortal Sect, there were a total of 12 disciples led by the reincarnated immortal, Tai Hua. All of them were on the predicted Earth ranking. Actually, even if it was Tai Han or Tai Hua, any one of them could get rid of Su Zimo. However, they heard that Su Zimo's movement technique was extremely fast. That was the reason why they mobilized such a large force to set up this joint killing plan. Su Zimo would not be able to escape if all of them joined forces. But now that Yun Ting revealed their plan in public, all their preparations would be wasted if Su Zimo gave up on the fight for the Earth ranking. Interesting. Heaven Immortal Green Peak of Imperial Wind Temple smiled gently and crossed his arms to watch the show. What's the meaning of this? The Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect are joining forces to deal with a single Grade 8 Earth Immortal? To be honest, this is a little embarrassing. That's right. They're actually using the Earth ranking competition as an opportunity to take revenge for their personal grudges. Many cultivators in the square discussed in private. Heaven Immortal White closed his folding fan and retracted his smile. He cursed internally and glared at Prince Yuanzhua. When Prince Yuanzhua heard the discussions around him and felt the searing gazes, he could not take it either. Shocked and furious, he glared at Yun Ting and growled, "What are you doing? Don't you have a feud with Su Zimo? Don't you want his heaven slaying sword art? I'll settle my own matters." Yun Ting said indifferently and took a sip of tea unhurriedly. He glanced at Prince Yuanzhua and sneered, "You really think someone like you is worthy of joining forces with me? You." Prince Yuanzhua was enraged and slammed the table, standing up. Although there was a difference of 7 cultivation realms between them, Yun Ting did not give Prince Yuanzhua any face in front of everyone. Prince Yuanzhua felt his face burn and was enraged. However, he could not attack Yun Ting under such circumstances. Given Yun Ting's status, countless experts would definitely stop him if he attacked. There was no way Prince Xieling would let anything happen to Yun Ting in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. When he saw that, Su Zimo shook his head and chuckled. Prince Yuanzhua actually wanted to join forces with Yun Ting. Given Yun Ting's pride, Prince Yuanzhua was asking to be humiliated by doing that. Furthermore, Prince Yuanzhua wanted to make use of Yun Ting to kill with a borrowed knife earlier on. This time round, Yun Ting's rejection caused his reputation to suffer immensely. "Your Highness Yuanzhua, fellow Taoist White Sea, what's the meaning of this?" Elder Zhong had a grim expression as he stood up and said in a deep voice, "Everyone will have to rely on their own capabilities for the Earth ranking competition. Yet, the two of you still want to join forces in secret to deal with a disciple of my academy? Since this matter had already been exposed, Heaven Immortal White no longer hid it. He spread his folding fan and said with a smile, "In the 9 heavens, life and death battles are allowed, and there's no rule that forbids joining forces. Su Zimo of your academy offended the Great Gene Immortal and the Zither Immortal. He incurred the wrath of the heavens and the hatred of humans. He deserved to be targeted by us." The Earth ranking competition was divided into the elimination round and the final ranking battle. The 9 heavens was said to be a shattered space in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom and was also the battlefield of the elimination round. There were many cultivators participating in the Earth ranking, and they came from all over the world. Naturally, they had to go through the elimination round to select the strongest 100 Earth Immortal Paragons, the fastest. There were a total of 9 levels of space in the 9 heavens. Every single space contained a different power, and there were all sorts of powerful living beings and natural calamities. At the end of each level, there would be a teleportation formation that could teleport one to the next level. The rules of the elimination round were relatively simple as well. Cultivators could not make use of any dermic treasures or talismans. Instead, they had to rely on their own strength to clear the levels continuously and ascend through the tests in the 9 heavens. In the space of level 5, there was a gigantic stele where cultivators could leave their names on it. The 100 cultivators who entered level 5 first and left their names on it were qualified to enter the final ranking battle. In the 9 heavens, cultivators could naturally kill one another regardless of life and death. The original intention of establishing this rule was simple. There were only 100 spots on the Earth ranking. If one was afraid of death, they were naturally not qualified to be ranked on the Earth ranking. But now the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were making use of this rule to prepare to join forces to kill Suzimo in the 9 heavens. This rule had been passed down for a long time and would naturally not be amended at the last minute just because of a single change. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy exchanged glances and communicated with their spirit consciousnesses, discussing countermeasures in secret. Since they already knew the other party's plan, Heaven and Earth Academy was prepared. This time round, they had 20 people who were entering the 9 heavens as well. It was not impossible for them to fight by joining forces. However, there was Tai Han in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom this time round, and there was even a reincarnated immortal in Flying Immortal Sect. Even if both parties fought in the 9 heavens, Heaven and Earth Academy had no chance of winning. If they were completely annihilated, they would lose their rights to be ranked on the Earth ranking. The safest way to deal with this matter was for Suzimo to withdraw from this generation's fight for the Earth ranking. The elders discussed for a while and were about to ask Suzimo. On the other side, Yunting suddenly asked coldly, "Suzimo, since you know about this plan, do you still dare to take part in the fight for the Earth ranking?" "Why not?" Suzimo smiled calmly. The Academy elders were alarmed. However, Yunting's eyes lit up as he asked again, "You dare to take part despite knowing that the other party is joining forces to deal with you and the existence of a reincarnated immortal?" Reincarnated immortals are indeed very powerful. Suzimo smiled and said, "However, he's only an Earth immortal. In the 9 heavens, life and death battles are allowed. It's too early to determine who will be the one coming out alive." The moment he said that, a commotion broke out. It's no wonder why Suzimo was targeted. He's indeed a little arrogant. That's right, it's time to teach this ignorant fool a lesson. I heard that he's from the lower worlds and doesn't have much knowledge. He's just a frog in the well. Many cultivators looked disdainful when they heard Suzimo's words. All right. Yunting was the only one who shouted. It reverberated through the world like thunder and suppressed all the mockery and doubts. "Suzimo, you did not disappoint me indeed." Yunting stood up slowly and shouted, "The reason why I'm here this time round is because I want to issue you a challenge personally." Chapter 2195. 2195. Not worthy of carrying his shoes. 2195. Not worthy of carrying his shoes. Yunting came personally for one thing, to issue a challenge to this grade 8 Earth immortal of the Academy. In the eyes of everyone, not only was there a huge difference in reputation and background, there was also a world of difference in strength. Why did Prince Yunting think so highly of Suzimo? Prince Yunting's words suppressed all the doubts and mockery present instantly. "I'll accept your challenge." Suzimo nodded fearlessly. Even if Prince Yunting did not come, he knew that there would be another battle between the two of them sooner or later. All right. Yunting was in high spirits as he shouted, "If you can obtain the number 1 of the Earth ranking, I'll wait for you at the top of the Heaven ranking in the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet." Many cultivators were shocked when they heard that. Even perfected immortal Xie Ling frowned slightly and shook his head. The Divine Firmament Immortal Meet was about to begin in less than 10,000 years. Right now, Yunting was only a grade 2 Heaven immortal. How many levels could he advance in less than 10,000 years? At that time, could he fight against the other monster incarnates of the Heaven ranking? at the Heaven Essence realm. Even if one had sufficient cultivation resources, they might not be able to advance a single realm in 10,000 years. Furthermore, Su Zimo's current cultivation was even lower, and he was only a grade 8 Earth Immortal. In less than 10,000 years, he would be considered extremely talented if he could advance to become a Heaven Immortal, let alone fight for the top of the Heaven ranking. Yun Ting's challenge sounded ridiculous. Furthermore, the top 2 of the Earth ranking this time round were almost certain. How could Su Zimo of the Academy defeat reincarnated immortals? If he were to enter the 9 heavens, he might not even survive. Pausing for a moment, Yun Ting continued, "Of course, if you can't even obtain the top of the Earth ranking, you're not qualified to fight me again. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." Prince Yuanzhua harumphed coldly and said, "With the 2 reincarnated immortals, Feng Yin and Tai Hua, holding down this time round, Su Zimo is definitely dreaming if he thinks that he can become the top of the Earth ranking." "Oh." Yun Ting raised his brow and looked askance at the 2 reincarnated immortals, Feng Yin and Tai Hua, saying, "The fact that they're reincarnated means that they failed in their previous lives. What's so great about them?" Yun Ting's words were equivalent to disregarding the 2 reincarnated immortals, Feng Yin and Tai Hua. His every move and action was extremely sharp. "Humph." With a sullen expression, Tai Hua said coldly, "How dare an ignorant junior behave so brazenly in front of me? Didn't your elders teach you while you were growing up?" In Tai Hua's heart, even though he was reborn, he was still a perfected immortal in his previous life. Feng Yin was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Junior, it won't be too late for you to come back and be arrogant on the day you cultivate to the perfected immortal realm." "Ha!" Yun Ting burst into laughter and was not interested in arguing with the 2 of them. He turned to look at everyone in the square and asked, "You guys had the cheek to mock him earlier on." The person Yun Ting was referring to was naturally Su Zimo. Yun Ting picked up a jar of strong wine casually and drank it in one gulp in a wild manner. He extended his finger and swiped across the square, pointing at all the paragons, monster incarnates, and even Tai Hua and Feng Yin as he laughed. "All of you are not even worthy of standing out to carry his shoes." Everyone in the square was shocked and furious. "Piak!" Tai Hua slapped the table and hollered coldly, "How dare you!" Even though he had long known that Yun Ting was arrogant and conceited, Prince Xieling, the host, felt a headache coming on at the moment. The expressions of the elders changed as they exchanged worried glances. To the elders, Yun Ting's words were equivalent to pushing Su Zimo into the center of the storm. It was no different from roasting him on a rack. Was he trying to force Su Zimo into a corner? Against the 2 major factions, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect, Su Zimo's situation was extremely dangerous to begin with and was not optimistic. Now that Yun Ting said that it was equivalent to establishing more opponents for Su Zimo. In truth, the Academy elders had indeed misunderstood this matter. In Yun Ting's heart, among everyone present, Su Zimo was the only one worthy of being his opponent. Earlier on, when he saw Su Zimo being mocked, he felt indignant as well. That was the reason why he said that. "Prince Yun Ting, why are you targeting Su Zimo of our academy time and again? Is it just because of the heaven-slaying sword art?" Elder, he could not help but stand and asked with a frown. "Furthermore, the difference in cultivation between the 2 of you is great, and you're famous. Is there even any doubt about the outcome of your battle? The heaven-slaying sword art is naturally one of the reasons." Yun Ting said and paused for a moment before continuing slowly. "More importantly, we fought once when we were both black immortals. However, due to the environment, there were many methods that I could not use, and I did not fight to my heart's content. I hope that the next time we fight, I can do my best and use everything I've learned in my life to fight to my fill." Yun Ting suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of the Emperor's Tomb. Given his pride, It was already rare for him to take the initiative to mention this today. Of course, he would definitely not admit that he was defeated. He had many methods that he did not manage to release and was naturally indignant. That was the reason why he challenged Su Zimo once more with a fighting spirit. Yun Ting had not expected that, although he did not say the outcome of this battle, the news was enough to shock everyone. Su Zimo fought Yun Ting and survived. Didn't you hear? There were restrictions back then, and Yun Ting could not unleash his full combat strength. It was no wonder why Yun Ting would target Su Zimo so badly. The two of them had a conflict in the past and have a deep feud. The square was in an uproar once more. At the seats of the Yenyang Immortal Kingdom, Xie Qingqing seemed to have thought of something. Just as he raised his teacup, his wrist trembled slightly and he spilled a lot of tea. "Brother, what's wrong?" At the side, Princess Scarlet Rainbow noticed Xie Qingqing's abnormality and whispered. Xie Qingqing took a deep breath and whispered, "Scarlet Rainbow, it's only now that I'm truly certain that you're not wrong. Su Zimo's combat strength should be able to rank him in the top 5 of the Earth ranking." Huh. For a moment, Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not figure it out and was at a loss. Xie Qingqing said, "Did you hear that earlier on? Yun Ting fought against Su Zimo before. Do you know the outcome?" "I don't know. Yun Ting didn't say anything. I guess only the two of them know." Scarlet Rainbow shook her head. "Make a guess." Xie Qingqing smiled and asked, "Yun Ting was the one who won, I guess." Princess Scarlet Rainbow probed. Xie Qingqing shook his head and said, "If Yun Ting won, there wouldn't be a need for him to come and issue this challenge to Su Zimo and say those words." "That's right, true." Princess Scarlet Rainbow gradually understood and nodded repeatedly. If junior brother Su was defeated by him, given Yun Ting's pride, why would he have to fight another battle with a defeated opponent? In that case, the two of them must have fought to a draw. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was excited. The fact that Su Zimo was able to tie with the number 1 monster incarnate in 100,000 years was something to be excited about. However, Xie Qingqing shook his head and asked, "If it's a draw, why didn't Yun Ting say that?" "Brother, you mean to say—" Princess Scarlet Rainbow was shocked. Xie Qingqing nodded slightly and said, "Yun Ting was most likely defeated in that battle. That's why he came personally to challenge Su Zimo." Chapter 2196, 2196 Elimination Round Begins. 2196 Elimination Round begins. When he heard Yun Ting mention the battle at the Emperor's tomb, Su Zimo smiled and did not reply. Perhaps it was because Yun Ting was too young. In Su Zimo's eyes, Yun Ting was more like a brash, fearless, and proud junior. Although both parties had a huge battle in the past, Su Zimo admired Yun Ting. From Yun Ting, it was as though he could see some semblance of Bai Ming Shui and Carefree, his 2 disciples. Su Zimo won that battle. However, he had never thought of bragging about it to prove himself. It was the same today. Yun Ting did not say the outcome of that battle explicitly. Su Zimo did not want to hurt Yun Ting's pride and did not mention it directly either, as though he had already forgotten about that battle. "Zimo, we discussed it in private earlier on." Elder Zhong said in a low voice, "Our suggestion is that you don't take the risk to participate in the Earth ranking competition." Elder, he nodded as well. "That's right. Zimo, the other party has planned this long ago and is prepared. There's no need for you to fight them. The Earth ranking competition happens once every 10,000 years. Given your talent, you'll definitely be able to break through to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal before the next 10,000-year meet. As long as you wait patiently for 10,000 years, the next 10,000-year meet will be held in our Heaven and Earth Academy. No matter what methods the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect have, it's useless. At that time, you'll definitely be able to compete in a fair environment. Who can be your match?" The two elders of the academy spoke one after another, analyzing the pros and cons for Suzimo and speaking earnestly. It was indeed to protect him. As the two of them had said, if Suzimo gave up on participating in the Earth ranking competition this time round, the plans of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would definitely come to nothing. However, this disrupted Suzimo's cultivation plan. If he were to take part in the next Earth ranking competition, he would have to wait another 10,000 years. Suzimo did not want to wait. Ever since he ascended, he could sense the pressure of time, ubiquitousness, and omnipresent. Even after joining Heaven and Earth Academy, the pressure did not decrease at all. 10,000 years later, the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet and even the 9 Firmament Meet would be held. Furthermore, he had to stay in Heaven and Earth Academy to fight for the ranking with many Earth Immortals. If he fell behind a single step, he would continue falling behind. The difference between him and Yun Ting and even the martial Dao prime body would only increase. He had to take part in the fight for the Earth ranking this time round and did not want to drag on for another 10,000 years. Elders, thank you for your kind intentions. Suzimo bowed and expressed his thanks. However, I've made up my mind. The two elders of the academy exchanged glances and sighed internally. Both of them could tell that Suzimo's tone was resolute and he probably could not be persuaded further. Right then, Princess Scarlet Rainbow walked over from the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom's side as well, prepared to enter the 9 heavens with the disciples of the academy. Junior brother Su, don't worry. If the disciples of our academy join forces and enter the 9 heavens together, we can just fight them. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said proudly, even if we lose, we won't let them have a good time either. Elder Zhong began to send voice transmissions with a spirit consciousness as well. Yi Fei, Scarlet Rainbow, Suzimo, after you guys enter the 9 heavens, try your best to travel together. There's no need for that. Right then, Suzimo interrupted. Fellow sect mates, you don't have to travel with me. Naturally, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect won't look for you guys either. The ranking of the elimination round is also extremely important. Everyone, don't waste this opportunity to compete for the Earth ranking because of me. Everyone from the academy looked at one another in silence. Although no one said it explicitly, everyone hoped that they could pass the elimination round and carry out the final ranking battle to leave their names on the Earth ranking. If they traveled with Suzimo, the academy would most likely be annihilated. However, if they abandoned Suzimo, how is he going to face the combined attack of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect alone? Everyone, see you in the ranking battle of the Earth ranking. Suzimo smiled gently with a calm gaze. When they met with Suzimo's gaze, for some unknown reason, everyone from the academy gradually calmed down and felt confident. All right, see you in the Earth ranking battle. Yi Fei, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, and the others replied in unison. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. The elimination round of the Earth ranking is about to begin. Right then, Prince Xieling stood up and declared, let me repeat the rules of the elimination round. First, Earth Immortals who enter the 9 heavens must not be older than 50,000 years old. Earth Immortals had a lifespan of 200,000 years. If they were more than 50,000 years old, they would not be considered paragons. Second, those who left their names on the Earth ranking are not allowed to take part again. For example, none of the 100 people from the previous Earth ranking were qualified to take part in this Earth ranking competition. Third, cultivators who enter the 9 heavens are not allowed to use dermic treasures or talismans, no matter what happens. Otherwise, they will definitely be killed by the rules of the 9 heavens. Everyone remember this. The elimination mechanism of the 9 heavens was actually a deliberate test of a cultivator's strength without relying on external objects. In the 9 heavens, one could use divine powers, secret skills, immortal dermic arts, essence, spirit, secret skills, physique, and bloodline. Fourth, there are various opportunities hidden in every single level of the 9 heavens. They might be dermic treasures, cultivation techniques, or secret skills. If any of you discover them, you can keep them. Over the years, many Earth immortals had died in the 9 heavens as well. The storage bags left behind by the Earth immortals alone were an unimaginable treasure vault. Of course, such treasures were not too attractive to Tai Hua, Feng Yin, and other top experts. They would definitely waste a lot of time in between if they wanted to hunt for treasures. The ranking of the elimination round was based on who ascended to level 5 first and left their names on the stele. If they wasted time before this, their rankings would fall behind others as well. Fifth, and most importantly, life and death battles are allowed in the 9 heavens. No matter what you face inside, regardless of calamities or natural disasters, outsiders won't be able to interfere. You can save yourself. Let me advise everyone, if you're not prepared to die, there's no need for you to enter. At that point, Xia Ling glanced at Su Zimo in a seemingly casual manner. Those words were actually a reminder to Su Zimo to give him a final chance to back off. Su Zimo smiled, shaking his head. Xia Ling continued, "If anything goes wrong, it's best for you to retreat to a safe corner and wait for the elimination round to end quietly. Sixth, if 100 people leave their names on the stele of level 5, the elimination round will end automatically. At that moment, Earth immortals from the 3 immortal kingdoms, for immortal sects, major immortal Dao clans, Earth and Black Grade sects that were prepared to enter the 9 heavens had already stood up. Many cultivators had different expressions. Some were looking forward to it, some were nervous, some were excited, some were agitated, and some were uneasy. Xia Ling drew mysterious runes in midair with both hands and hollered softly, "9 heavens, open!" The moment he said that, a gigantic crack appeared in midair above the square, emitting a searing heat wave. Let the elimination round of the Earth ranking officially begin, Xia Ling declared. Chapter 2197, 2197 World of Flames. 2197 World of Flames. The moment Xia Ling said that, many Earth immortals could not wait any longer and charged towards the crack in midair. Figures soared into the air one after another, wanting to enter the 9 heavens as soon as possible. Everyone from the academy took a deep breath and moved one after another. Before long, they entered the crack and disappeared. Prince Yuan Zhuo watched Su Zimo enter the 9 heavens before heaving a sigh of relief. Although there were some mistakes in the process, it did not affect our plans. Prince Yuan's was secretly sent a voice transmission to Heaven Immortal White Sea's spirit consciousness. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan and sent a voice transmission. This matter was almost spoiled by Yin Ting. Thankfully, Su Zimo was arrogant and conceited and did not give up on the Earth ranking. Just as Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea were communicating with their spirit consciousnesses, the two of them suddenly felt a chill and their hair stood on end. Opposite the two of them, Yin Ting drank his wine and looked at them with a fake smile, his gaze sharp as a sword. "If you have anything to say, why don't you say it in public? Why are you muttering in secret?" Yun Ting smiled. "Your dirty affairs are no longer a secret anyway." Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea were expressionless and did not get angry. However, the two of them were secretly alarmed. Yun Ting was only a grade 2 Heaven Immortal, but his senses were way too sharp. When the two of them communicated through voice transmission earlier on, their spirit consciousnesses merely circulated between them and the radius was extremely small. Even so, Yun Ting, who was sitting opposite them, sensed it despite the distance between them. In that short period of time, most of the Earth immortals who wanted to contend for the Earth ranking had already entered the 9 heavens. Of course, there were also some Earth immortals in the square who did not move because they wanted to back off at the last minute. Upon entering the 9 heavens, life and death was irreversible. It was said that in the past elimination rounds of the 9 heavens, close to a fifth of the Earth immortals died. This time round, there were close to 1 million Earth immortals who entered the 9 heavens. A fifth meant that 200,000 Earth immortals would not be able to come out alive. The mortality rate was extremely high. Although opportunities and fame were important, for some people, there was only hope if they survived. Furthermore, for most Earth immortals, there was no chance for them to fight for the Earth ranking. There were 1 million people, but only 100 spots on the Earth ranking. The competition was way too intense. A moment later, when Xia Ling saw that no one else was heading to the 9 heavens in the square, he drew a few runes in midair. The gigantic crack closed slowly and returned to normal, as though it had never appeared. Immediately after, Xia Ling released another stream of true essence power above the square. A gigantic mirror appeared in midair and enveloped the square like a transparent firmament. The gigantic mirror reflected everything in the 9 heavens clearly. Although everyone in the square had not entered the 9 heavens, they could see the situation inside clearly. In the upper world, there were many methods to reflect another world, and they were extremely ordinary. The elders of the academy looked at the mirror in the firmaments and focused their attention on Su Zimo and the other 19 disciples. They prayed in their hearts that everything would go smoothly and nothing would happen. Your Highness, do you think Mr. Su will be able to tide through this crisis? On the side of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, a young man dressed as a servant asked softly beside Xia Qingqing as he served tea. It was Su Xiaotian who had just been taken in by Xia Qingqing. Under normal circumstances, he was not qualified to participate in such an event. However, Xia Qingqing knew that Su Xiaotian cared about and respected Su Zimo. As such, he sent Su Xiaotian into the group of servants to serve him while watching this rare immortal cultivation event. Xia Qingqing shook his head gently. I don't know either. Brother Su's methods are definitely not weak. However, his opponents are truly strong. More importantly, no one knows when or where the other party will attack. Su Xiaotian was enlightened and said, in other words, after Mr. Su enters the 9 heavens, not only will he have to be careful of the dangers of the 9 heavens, he will also have to be on guard against the attacks of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. That's right. Xia Qingqing stared at the mirror in the firmaments above him and murmured, Where will they attack? 9 heavens. After Su Zimo entered the crack, he felt a heat wave surge towards him. After a moment of dizziness, his 5 senses were restored. Standing in midair, Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings. This was a world of flames. Everywhere he looked, raging flames burned and surged into the skies. The temperature of the world was extremely high and heat waves surged. The air was dry and suffocating. Su Zimo could see more than 10 Earth immortals descending in a scattered manner. Although he entered the 9 heavens at the same time as everyone from the academy, he was separated by the spatial power of the 9 heavens and the outside world, and they were dispersed. It was the same for the other cultivators. No matter how many people entered at the same time, they would be separated and landed at the outer perimeter of Level 1. The teleportation formation to Level 2 was in the middle of the space. All the cultivators had to pass through the flaming world as soon as possible and arrive at the center. They had to activate the teleportation formation and ascend to Level 2. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he looked up at the firmaments above him. A spirit light descended from the skies and floated in front of him. It looked like a rectangular badge. Su Zimo received it, and his spirit consciousness moved, leaving a spirit consciousness imprint on it. Immediately after, the badge shone with a light and a number appeared. 897,593. Prior to this, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had told him that this was a tracking secret skill of the 9 heavens. By leaving a spirit consciousness imprint, It could lock onto everyone's approximate location and determine the order of ranking towards the end of level 5. The closer one was to the end point of level 5, the higher their ranking. Right now, the number Sue Zimo could see was more than 890,000. This meant that there were close to 900,000 Earth Immortals who were closer to the end point than him. The final ranking of the 9 Heavens elimination round was a competition of who arrived first and left their names on the steel. Therefore, the badge that could display the ranking was extremely important as well. One could determine their position at any moment and make the corresponding decision. For example, some cultivators might make it to level 4 after much difficulty. If they realized that there were more than 200,000 people ahead of them at that point, they could choose to give up. Sue Zimo placed the badge in his storage bag and looked at the few cultivators in the distance. The cultivators advanced towards the center of the space and were drenched in sweat before long. Unable to withstand it, they released their immortal arts to defend against the surrounding scorching flames. So, this place is so difficult to endure. When Sue Zimo ascended, he merely felt that the temperature was slightly higher and did not sense anything unusual. The flames of this space could easily burn black immortals to ashes. Even high-level Earth Immortals would find it difficult to defend against such an environment without the protection of dermic treasures and talismans. However, Sue Zimo had a grade 10 green lotus true body, and his body was not inferior to a connate Earth-grade dermic treasure. He felt almost nothing when he ascended here. Chapter 2198. 2198, he's cheating. 2198, he's cheating. In front of the palace square. As expected of a reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin is way too fast and is at the front. What's that? Everywhere Feng Yin passes, wild winds howl and extinguish the surrounding flames? The crowd exclaimed. Although the wind aided the flames, Feng Yin's methods prevented the flames from getting close. Look over there. Immortal Tai Hua isn't weak either, and is currently ranked 2nd. Immortal Tai Hua conjured an immortal art and pointed to the skies. A pitch-black dark cloud appeared above his head, and a heavy rain poured down. He sped towards the center of level 1. The dark clouds hovered above his head the entire time, and the heavy rain poured continuously. Before the surrounding flames could get close, they were extinguished by the heavy rain. Heavens, the divine power, rain summoning, can actually be controlled so precisely. How amazing! Not only that, even if we use rain summoning, we might not be able to extinguish the flames within. As they spoke, other cultivators released their divine powers and called for rain. However, before the dark clouds in the skies could gather, they were swept away by the flames and dissipated. That scene caused everyone in the square to burst into laughter. The 2 reincarnated immortals had already impressed the various factions and cultivators in the square with just a few methods. Right now, the 3rd was Tai Han of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Ranked 4th was Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Seems like the prediction of the Earth ranking of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom is quite accurate. The moment they entered the 9 heavens, these few people are far in the lead. That person's ranking is rising so quickly. Right then, the crowd exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw a scarlet glow streaking through the sea of flames. The glow was so fast that its body burned with thin flames, as though it had fused with the surrounding world of flames. It's Princess Scarlet Rainbow, representing Heaven and Earth Academy to fight for the Earth ranking. Princess Scarlet Rainbow cultivated the top cultivation technique of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, the Great Sun Sutra, to begin with, and controlled the power of flames. Now, she's making use of the power of the world of flames to raise her speed to another level. I reckon that Princess Scarlet Rainbow has a chance of entering the top 3 of level 1. That's only temporary. There are 4 levels ahead. Many cultivators discussed as they watched the elimination round. It was noisy and lively. On the side of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom, Yun Ting remained silent. As he drank his strong wine, he glared at a figure in the mirror in the firmaments with a playful expression. "This test should be very boring for you, right?" Yun Ting muttered to himself. The most important reason why he came this time round was naturally to challenge Su Zimo personally. Apart from that, there was another motive. Ever since his sister returned from the immortal sect selection 1,000 years ago, she had a very high evaluation of Su Zimo. She even praised him often and said that he had many trump cards and did not use his full strength. Yun Ting knew that his sister was trying to motivate him not to slack off. However, he was still extremely indignant. Therefore, he wanted to see how many more tricks Su Zimo had up his sleeves this time round. Although Yun Ting appeared arrogant and conceited, he would use his full strength in every battle and did not dare to be careless, let alone underestimate his opponent. He was watching Su Zimo this time round so that he could understand his opponent better. "Look, someone's dead over there." Suddenly, a cry sounded from the crowd. On level 1 of the 9 heavens, the immortal art released by an earth immortal shattered. Before a second divine power could be added, the flames burned his body, and he died on the spot. This person doesn't know his place at all. How far has he gone? He's still far from the teleportation formation at the center of level 1. That's right. These people have yet to encounter the true threat of level 1. Heavenly fires might descend in the world of flames, phenomenons might appear, and terrifying living beings condensed from flames might appear. That's the true test. A cultivator who had participated in the 9 heavens before said with a heavy tone, "In that short period of time, more than one earth immortal had died. Furthermore, some earth immortals had already begun to retreat and did not advance. By the way, how's that grade 8 earth immortal of the Academy? His name is Su Zimo, right?" "That's him. His cultivation realm is the lowest, and it won't be long before his essence chi is depleted after he defends against the terrifying flames." "That can't be. I saw that he was ranked 49 on the Earth ranking prediction." Many cultivators were curious when someone in the crowd mentioned Su Zimo. Initially, Su Zimo did not enter everyone's line of sight, nor did he attract much attention. The reason why everyone paid attention to him was because Yun Ting appeared to challenge him personally, followed by the fact that the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were joining forces to kill him. "Over there!" Right then, someone pointed to the mirror and shouted. Many cultivators looked over hurriedly. That single look caused the clamor in the square to quieten down. The cultivators who were arguing earlier widened their eyes and mouths in shock, looking at the green-robed cultivator in the 9 heavens in disbelief. The abnormality here naturally piqued the curiosity of the other cultivators. More and more cultivators looked toward Su Zimo. Those people took a look and were dumbfounded as well. Before long, the massive square fell silent. Everyone's gazes landed on the green-robed scholar. After a while, a weak voice sounded in the quiet square. "What is he doing? Is he taking a walk?" When he heard that, Xia Qingqing shook his head gently and smiled. The elders of the Academy raised their glasses with gratified expressions. In the 9 heavens, Su Zimo advanced slowly in the raging flames with his hands behind his back without using any divine powers or immortal arts. Everyone only saw a green-robed scholar with refined features treading on the flames. His black hair danced and his sleeves fluttered as he strolled leisurely in an indescribably carefree manner. After a momentary silence, the crowd rebounded rapidly, and an even louder commotion broke out. "What's that? That person isn't afraid of the flames inside? I'm making a report." Suddenly, Shui Yuan of the Shui clan stood up from his seat and pointed at Su Zimo, who was in the 9 heavens, saying hatefully he's cheating. Shui Yuan was injured by Su Zimo and had yet to recover. Out of safety considerations, he could not take part in the Earth ranking competition. Naturally, he bore a grudge against Su Zimo and could not take it lying down at this moment. The green robes he's wearing must be some dermic treasure. Or perhaps he secretly summoned some dermic treasure. Otherwise, how could he stroll in the flames? Shui Yuan spoke with conviction. Xie Ling looked at Shui Yuan. Chapter 2199. 2199 Change in the World. 2199 Change in the World. Aya! Shui Yuan was stunned by Xie Ling's stare. On the surface, he was questioning Su Zimo. However, in reality, he was questioning the rules of the Yin-Yang immortal kingdoms, 9 heavens that had been established for so many years. He was doubting the judgment of perfected immortal Xie Ling. He was questioning the judgment of the experts present. Against Xie Ling's perfected immortal pressure, Shui Yuan stood on the spot with his mind in a mess. His face was flushed red and he could not speak. Sit down. As the person in charge of the Shui clan this time round and Shui Yuan Sr., Shui Qian could not stand it anymore and stood up hollering, "Uncle!" Shui Yuan looked aggrieved. "Shut up, don't embarrass me." Shui Qian's expression darkened as he cursed again. Shui Yuan did not dare to say anything and could only sit back obediently. Su Shaotian, who was standing beside Xie Qingqing, was in a great mood and snickered when he saw that. "Your Highness Xie Ling, please calm down." Shui Qian cupped his fists and apologized, saying with a guilty expression, "This junior of the Shui clan doesn't know etiquette or rules. The nonsense he's spouting has embarrassed your Highness and everyone. It's fine, sit down." Xie Ling's expression softened as he nodded. "However, fellow Daoist Shui, remember to discipline the juniors in your clan properly when you return." Shui Qian agreed hurriedly. "There's no need to make a fuss." Prince Yuanzhou was unwilling to see Su Zimo so cocky as well and said coldly, "The test of level 1 hasn't begun yet. He'll have to endure it later on. I don't believe that he can still be so calm when the world changes and a calamity descends." As though the 9 heavens sensed something, right in front of everyone, a blazing sun suddenly appeared in the firmaments, like a gigantic fireball burning with flames. The blazing sun hovered above the heads of many cultivators and was extremely close, as though it was within reach. The temperature of level 1 shot up, and the fires burning in the surroundings rose rapidly as more and more flames grew. In such an environment, it took a huge toll on the essence chi of many cultivators who released immortal arts and divine powers. Some cultivators could not withstand it and were devoured by the flames before they could retreat. This change made the environment of level 1 even more difficult to endure. Many cultivators slowed down. However, for those at the top such as Feng Yin, Tai Hua, Tai Han, and Yufeng, their speed did not decrease at all and they continued advancing. The blazing sun in the skies had no effect on them. Before long, another blazing sun appeared beside the first blazing sun in the firmaments. 2 gigantic fireballs hovered high in the skies. The temperature of level 1 rose once more. After a while, a third blazing sun appeared. In less than half an hour, there were already 9 blazing suns high in the firmaments of level 1 that burned the world. The ground within had long cracked, revealing gigantic rifts where scarlet flames spewed out as though they could devour everything. The flames of the world were almost connected. This time round, even the speed of the 2 reincarnated immortals, Feng Yin and Tai Hua, decreased slightly. It was unknown what secret skill Feng Yin used, but a pitch-black storm appeared beside him and pulled him forward. Everywhere the black storm passed, the flames were extinguished, leaving only charred marks on the ground. Tai Hua's rain summoning technique seemed like it could not hold out either. He raised his head and spat out a beam of light that entered the dark clouds above his head. Electric arcs appeared one after another on the dark clouds that were about to dissipate and gathered them once more with a relentless downpour. Tai Han's methods were shocking as well. His expression was cold as ice, and his body was shrouded by streams of cold qi. Even his armor was covered by a layer of frost that was invulnerable to flames. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo again. However, they realized that he did not release any methods despite being burned by the 9 blazing suns. He merely walked around level 1 as though he was searching for something. This person's physique is so strong that he's not afraid of flames. He must have a special physique. Look at him, he's not even sweating at all. It's like he's having fun. He's in no hurry. Is he looking for treasures? 9 heavens. The 9 blazing suns hung high in the skies, and Su Zimo felt a little hot as well. However, the heat disappeared after he circulated his green lotus bloodline slightly. He was not roaming around the place, searching for treasures, as many outside had guessed. He was actually searching for people from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Since the other party wanted to join forces to deal with him, Su Zimo did not mind taking the initiative to look for these people and get rid of them one by one. However, he had roamed this place for a long time. Although he encountered many cultivators along the way, he did not encounter cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Although level 1 was only a space, it was extremely vast within. There were more than 1 million cultivators who entered, and there were only a few dozens of disciples from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. It was not easy to encounter these people in such a vast world. Su Zimo searched for a long time, but to no avail. He gave up on this matter for the time being and advanced at full speed. He took out his badge and took a look. The number displayed his ranking at more than 900,000. During this period of time, he moved around and his ranking decreased significantly. Putting the badge back, Su Zimo spread his body and transformed into a streak of light, speeding forward at an extremely fast speed. For others, it would be extremely difficult to pass through level 1, and they might even die within after expending a lot of essence chi. However, for Su Zimo, he could roam freely within with his green lotus true body without any reservations. The high temperature of the flames did not affect the green lotus true body at all. After Su Zimo decided to speed up, his ranking jumped forward in an unusually terrifying manner. 800,000, 600,000, 300,000. In less than an hour, Su Zimo had already surpassed more than half of the cultivators. Right then, another massive quake happened in the world. The ground shook continuously. Initially, only flames burst forth from the cracks. But now, scorching lava began to flow out from the cracks in the ground and extended continuously like a man-eating beast. The temperature of the lava was even more terrifying than the original flames. Some cultivators could not dodge in time and were devoured by the lava. In the blink of an eye, they died without corpses left. Against such a change, many cultivators released their divine powers and protected themselves. Most of the cultivators leaped into the air. Although flying in midair consumed more essence chi, it was better than being devoured by the underground lava. Right then, the skies shook continuously as flames rained down. Heavenly fire had descended,